long time ago, like the week before.
Can I just quickly?
I
I'll
will
just forward
forward
it
you
to.
a copy.
Okay,
Don't
that would
worry.
be awesome.
What's your email?
Sergio, Sergiu. I'm part of the DevOps org, so if you can send to the DevOps org, it will be.
You didn't stop it, right?
No, it's not.
Scary. You sure you don't use Wi-Fi?
Try the Wi-Fi.
When you get a Wi-Fi credentials from where?
Ask from outside.
Scratch the thing. You only get the Wi-Fi? Or the one you just... Yeah, it's not much.
Second. Presentation connected. Is it on your machine? No, it's on his machine, but I have my. So do you want, because you'll be immediately after us, right? You'll be immediately after. So you'll cycle those flights?
For you, yes.
No, for us, yeah. When Stephanie and I are on the stage.
You don't want to cycle?
No, you want to do it. So like, it will keep playing. Okay. What's the idea?
I can press a button. It's fine.
Yeah, we just... You can just bring this up.
Is it working?
It's the same laptop, right? Try another one. Okay, something.
Good morning, guys, and a very warm welcome to DevOpsDays Singapore. My name is Satyam, and I'm part of the organization team. Firstly, I just want to start off by giving a huge shout out to the DevOps community in Singapore, which is you guys. This event really would not have been possible without the journey that we started 3 years ago when we started the DevOps meetup. And we've had some amazing stories and experiences shared along the way, and that has led us to this point. And I'm sure there are many more milestones ahead which we will go forward. Secondly, I just wanted to give a huge shout out to the tremendous support that we've received from all our sponsors. I just want you guys to join me in giving them a round of applause, because this event would not have been possible without all of their massive support. So please just join me in giving them a round of applause. And lastly, I do want to give out a huge shout out to the entire organization team who've put in massive amounts of long hours and work in the past 9 months to make this a reality. It's the first time we are doing it, so there were so many things that we needed to figure out. So again, just a round of applause for all the organizing team. And this is for me as well. So, and without any further ado, I want to introduce you to your host for the morning session, Stephanie. So I'll be going off now. Thank you, guys.
Hi guys. So I'm just gonna go through some logistics for the morning. So first we're gonna have 2 talks, followed by a break at 10:25, and then 2 more talks and then lunch. So each of the talks are only going to be 30 minutes long, which means that there won't be time for Q&A. But in the afternoon, there's going to be open spaces. So for these, we'd like you to keep in mind all your questions, and you can use it as an opportunity for anything that you have about culture, automation, tools, to just note them down, and you can always grab the speakers at any point. So we're all wearing crew shirts, so if you guys have any additional questions, you can always come to us. There's also a jobs wall in the food area. So for companies, you can post jobs, but just be a little respectful of how much space you're taking. And we have a Twitter handle. It's DevOpsDays SG. So if you guys have things that you want to tweet at it, please do that. And finally, could you all please put your mobile phones on silent? I was also told that some of you may have pagers. I really hope you don't still have pagers. But hopefully you won't be getting too many alerts throughout the next couple days. So without further ado.
We just have one more thing. I think we're going to take a Wi-Fi. That's the idea that Sergio over there, your host for the afternoon, gave it. So if you guys find it really corny, you can tell him about your thoughts. But it's basically going to be both of us and the entire crowd. So it's a Wi-Fi instead of a selfie. So turn around.
Oh, right now. Okay.
Right now. All right, as soon as I get this turned on. All right, there we go. All right, now we can officially start.
So our first speaker today has a Twitter handle that's called MySQL DBA Help, and it's actually spawned its own parody account called MySQL Fashion Help, and I think that that account actually introduces him better than I ever could as a MySQL database administrator with a passion for fashion. So Trent is our first speaker, and he's actually flown in from Melbourne just yesterday. He works at REA, and he has 7 years of DevOps experience, so he's going to talk to you guys about that today.
I just have some notes here. Cool, yeah, so the organizer of DevOps Down Under, Matt Jones, he runs that parody account. It's crazy. He's one of my great mates, and actually I'm a part of his wedding party, so he's going to regret that. So yes, I want to. Before we start, I guess I want to start with a small social experiment. Actually, before we start that, put your hands up. Put your hands up if you're an ops person in the room. If you classify yourself as an ops person in the room. So do you see yourself as an ops person? A couple? What about a developer? Okay, more developers. What about someone completely different? What do you mean as someone completely different?
I do both.
Okay, all right. So I want to do a bit of a social experiment before we start. So there's going to be a winner or winners. And the way that this social experiment is going to work, I want you to pick a number between 1 and 100. And I've got a prize. I've got $50 Singaporean given to me by my CIO, Nigel. And I'm actually not going to spend it on beer for myself. It's going to be for this. So the winner or winners is going to be the person that guesses closest to 2/3 the average of the responses. So to say this again, pick a number between 1 and 100, and the winner will be the person closest to 2/3 the average. So if you want to play along with this game, hit up DoD Singapore, DevOpsDays Singapore, and we'll come back to that a little bit later. So I'm Trent Pottybrook. I work for REA Group, and REA Group is realestate.com.au. And realestate.com.au is a property portal similar to iProperty. I started about 7 years ago as a systems administrator and a DBA, and then I was infrastructure lead, and now I run a couple of delivery teams. So I've gone from really hands-on to hands-off. So I want to talk a bit about my life at REA and what we've done over the last 7 years and what we're really passionate about. But this is the DevOps conference. So it's pretty amazing to consider that this movement started in 2009 in Europe to now. There's about 22 conferences a year, so that's almost one every second weekend. So that's pretty phenomenal for such a grassroots movement. But here, okay, I'm going to just try and work around the slides. But here, this is the first one in Singapore, so that's fantastic. You're all a part of the first one. I remember my first DevOps days in Melbourne, and there were 70 people here, and I think here there's going to be about 100, 150 people. So it's fantastic, the amount of people that are really engaged in the community here. So I'm also really excited about some of the other talks here. John Wills, there's going to be a talk on Logstash. Some of the nights coming up are going to be fantastic. So my talk, what I'm going to be really talking about is REA. My talk's going to be really non-technical. It's going to be more focused on culture. And I guess the talk is targeted at if you're a manager and you're thinking, what is this DevOps movement? What is it all about? Why should I care? I think really this may help. And also if you're an engineer and you're like, we should be doing DevOps. I may be able to provide some tips that you can take back to your company. So we're here at DevOps Days. What is DevOps? Is it a job title? Is it AWS? Is it the EMC Dell merger that's just happened or will happen? I don't know. Well, I've actually got a bit of a definition of what I think DevOps is, and I really want to share it with you, and I want you to throw stones at it. So, DevOps is Batman riding an electric unicorn. Okay, maybe not. I reckon DevOps, it's this. I reckon it's a value stream. It's a value stream optimization. And I reckon collaborative culture is also really important in DevOps. And tools are also important. And we've got to have a common purpose. So yeah, I think, so right now you're probably thinking, what is value stream? What is this all about? And the Batman idea was probably a better definition of what DevOps was. So let's unpack value stream. What is it? What is value stream? So value stream comes from the Toyota production system. Well, maybe not this Toyota. Maybe Prius. Toyota production system or value stream map is a way of mapping the stages from idea to delivery. And a big focus on value stream map is to eliminate waste, is to find waste and eliminate it. So it's also, value stream is becoming really common when we talk about software engineering on how we model work. So if you look at the workflow of the IT industry, there's probably these phases within the value stream. You've got coming up with an idea, you've got analysis, some sign-off, some business case and sign-off. Then there's some architecture design, then some coding, some testing, deploy, and to production. But I guess for the sake of this talk, let's just consider the stages between design to production. So I remember when I joined REA, we didn't do any testing at all. It was all manual observation testing. It was a real mess. So we introduced tester-driven development and Jenkins as a CI. The test would fail, and we really weren't too sure the value of this testing and what it was providing. And so that's testing. What about deployment? I worked in dev. It's an ops problem now. I remember in 2012, I was the guy that was deploying code to production. And our code at the time, our site was written in Perl. So I was given a tar artifact of our Perl code. And my job was to unpack that tar ball onto an NFS volume and then restart Apache Web Service. But it would always fail, or generally fail, or one of those boxes would fail. Missing Perl modules. Or this, page alert in the middle of the night from a 1980s pager. So this is pretty common, right? I guess this is probably some of the challenges that we'll face and that we've all probably seen in the past. So when I'm talking about value stream map, there's always a delay between writing code to testing that code and then shipping that into production. But equally, bugs occur in tests, deploys fail, and things fail within production. So you're probably thinking yourself, what is going on? I'm like that cat in that photo there that you barely saw. So what I really mean about value stream optimization is, how can we reduce that feedback loop from a failure in production and then feeding that back into our development team? How can we optimize the delivery from writing code to it running in production and not having to wait a couple of days to deploy something into production? So what's this is going on? If you go back to that social experiment, pick a number between 1 and 100, and the winner will be 2/3 the average. Now I played this experiment. I did this social experiment about a month ago with a group of people, and the average was about 27. So what do you answer? What do you think? Pick a number between 1 and 100. The average is going to be the winner is going to be 2/3 the average. What would you pick? 66? Okay. What about you? What do you think?
The instinct would be 33, but if everybody does it right, it goes down.
Okay, alright. What about yourself? 50? Okay. Alright, well, I don't know, for me, I think if the average is 50 and 2/3 the average, it's 33. I reckon 33 probably makes a lot of sense. But I reckon we're pretty smart, so I don't reckon everyone's going to answer above 50.
Why?
Well, if everyone thinks, hang on, if the winner's going to be 2/3 the average, I'm always going to go less than 50, right? Does that make sense?
But what if somebody screws up the value of the conversation? There's a lot of high answers.
Is that what you're answering right now? Is that what you're doing? Shocking. Are you a developer?
I have to do this.
That's why.
because it worked on my machine before.
Yeah. It works in development. No, you know, ops problem now.
How many ops that we
I don't know. Yeah, maybe we need a QA or something.
No, this is like agile, right? Right now. Just get to production
We test in production.
The resolution's a little bit wonky. No, it's not right. Anyway, can we start there? Probably do it like this. So anyway, I guess what I'm getting at when I'm talking about value stream optimization, we're really trying to optimize the stages between designing something to it going to production, and also the feedback loop. How can we minimize the amount of pain points that are occurring from an issue in production, an issue in deployment, and an issue in testing? So that's really what I'm talking about value stream optimization, just to be happy cats. So a culture, a collaborative culture really feeds into that value stream and that value stream optimization. So how do you make a culture of collaboration? I think for me, there's three things that feed into that. There's hiring the right people, there's structuring the team that makes sense, and also encouraging events that force collaboration. So hiring the right people, or as a few people at REA say, crafting some hurdles that we force people to jump over. So when we hire people, we're really testing two things. We're testing the culture side of things, and we're also testing the technical capability. So thinking about technical and testing for technical, we're really testing how well you are at a stage. How well are you at coding stuff, or testing stuff, or incident management. Whereas when we're testing for culture, we're really testing how well you collaborate with other people, how well you collaborate between operators and developers and testers. So for instance, if you're a developer, would you be willing to take the pager? Or if you're an operations person, would you be willing to sit down with some developers and help architect a really scalable solution? So for us, we do a couple of pre-filtering stages, and we also then do some long-form interviews. And we engage a wide set of people within our interview process. So this is one of our pre-filtering tests for operations candidates. We ask them, deploy this Sinatra application. Write some configuration code to deploy this Sinatra application in a language of your choosing. So Chef, Bushka, Docker container, whatever. And then we review that output. The interesting bit about this for me is there's not so much whether you're able to do this, but some of the other factors that go into your thinking around how you do deployment. Like, do you consider security, for instance? And then we get you in for a coffee, and we talk about the role, and we talk about you, and we want to see if you're the fit for the role. And so assuming that you like us and we like you, we get you in for a long-form interview. And we do the long-form interview in 3 phases. We do a break fix, technical interview, and a cultural interview. So for our operations candidates, we give them a box that's broken, and we say, let's troubleshoot this with your pair to fix this problem. Or for a developer interview, we get you to refactor some code that you've already submitted to us. I actually love this phase because I love turning up the heat on the break fix scenario. It's quite fun. Then we get you to architect up a solution that you worked on in the past. And then we talk to you again about what you want to do, what you're passionate about, and whether you're a right fit. So this, all in all, this is our process for hiring people. I think that the thing that I love the most is that we do a break fix or a pairing interview, and it's actually not a technical interview, it's a cultural interview. for the break fix specifically, we're not really testing how well you can solve that problem, but how well you can communicate with your pair about what you're seeing, what you're trying. And all in all, we involve your entire team within the interview process, so that you get to interview us whilst we're interviewing you, and we get some shared ownership around hiring you. I think looking at the way people hire for tech staff in Melbourne, I think they're really focused on setting these really high technical hurdles that jump over. Whereas I don't really think that's necessary. I don't really think we should be focusing so much on the technical side of things, particularly if that's not really where the problem is in the organisation. Because when you're when you're focusing on technical, you're focusing on how good are you at coding or operations, when in fact, maybe the bigger problem within the organisation is how you communicate with one another. Testing that culture, testing that collaboration. So maybe the best technical candidate is not the best candidate. So we talked about this. So, and a couple of you guys were saying 66, but you're saying less than 33 as an answer for picking a number between 1 and 100. So why don't we do this? Why don't we do this again? So I've got another $50. So after this talk, I'll find out who won, and I'll write it up on one of the open space boards. So if you go to DevOpsDays Singapore 2, let's play this again. Okay, so pick a number between 1 and 100. The winner will be the closest to 2/3 the average. So I was talking a little bit about how REA hires. There's two other things that feed into the collaborative culture that we have. Firstly is structuring our teams, and secondly is some of the events that we do to force that collaboration. So in terms of structuring our teams, when I joined REA, we used to have our bikie developers, and that was probably one of our tech leads. And then we had our tribal operations people. And then don't get me started on our product people up in their ivory towers. It's crazy. So over the last 7 years, we've really changed the way that we structured from silo-based teams and functions to really cross-functional teams. And we've also integrated our product development within a squad. And we've really pushed the responsibility and accountability to the coalface. So we have pizza box-sized teams, which is about 8 people. And we have 3 types of teams. We've got a delivery-focused team that's focused on what you see when you go to realestate.com.au, the product type stuff. We have a tooling-focused team that's focused on turning the dollar on efficiency of development and operations, and an infrastructure-focused team that's focused on bare metal right up to tooling or delivery. Javier Tarango has done a few talks on how we've migrated the way that we operate into this model. So if you're interested, I can talk about this at an open space. Maybe this is a good open space idea, or searching for Javier Tarango would also be a cool thing if you're interested in this. So this is really how our teams look right now. Or maybe it's this, but I'm actually not sure who the product person would be, whether they'll be spooning or being spooned. So I don't know. But I think some of the challenges that we have is, how do we manage BAU? How do we manage shell shock? How do we manage a libSSL bug with our delivery focus? So this is probably a good open space to talk about sometime today or tomorrow. So if I go back in time at REA, back in 2011, we couldn't hire. We had trouble hiring. We were quite successful financially, and we wanted to scale up, but we couldn't hire anyone in Melbourne. We exhausted all of the talent pool in Melbourne. So what do you do when you can't hire? Well, for us, we went to China. We tried some outsourcing in the past, back in 2007, and it didn't really work. So we wanted to try something different. We wanted to try distributed Agile. And we partnered with ThoughtWorks to do distributed Agile between Melbourne and Australia. So we have pizza box sized teams in Melbourne and some in Xi'an, China. So within those distributed teams, there's really two focuses, or two types of structures. There's one that's delivery focused in Xi'an, and then the other is a mix of Melbourne and Australian people within the team. So you have half the slices in Melbourne, half the slices in Xi'an, or most of the slices in Xi'an, China. We have all of our product development and our product picking in Melbourne, so that's really where that final slice is. So over the last month, I was doing a little bit of research in collaborative culture, and I came across Hofstede. I don't know if you've heard of Hofstede, but Hofstede was famous in the 90s, and he worked for IBM, and he was famous for conducting surveys with all of the staff at IBM across the world. And he collected that data back, and then he saw some really strange relationships between countries, various different countries, and he's used that data to form, to try and articulate the differences between cultures within countries. So for instance here, comparing China and Australia where we do our delivery, there's a massive difference between power distance and individualism. So by power distance, for Australia, which is quite low, that really means we want to be able to talk to the CEO and say, hey, this is what I'm doing, what are you doing? Whereas in China, that has such a high power distance, they don't really want to talk to these executive people. They're really distant from those executive people. The other thing that I found really interesting about this was the individualism. So individualism for Australia is quite high, meaning that we want to be a part of something. And we want to be part of a great company. Whereas China, they don't really care about the company per se, but they really care about their family. They really care about their close-knit set of relationships. So these two things were really interesting for me. And so I run one of the Xi'an-based delivery teams, and I was thinking about how I've been really happy with how I run my team, and my team is really successful. And I think overlaying Hofstede, I think what I really wanted when I started that team was to create a really family feel. I wanted to have really common, strong connections with the people of my team within Xi'an. And so the way that I do that is two things. Firstly, I do a word exchange with my team, and I do a show and tell. So every day we do a word exchange. So I think this occurred about 2 days ago. We were teaching them what oxymoron was, and I can't remember what this is. I'm actually really bad at Mandarin. The second thing that we do is a show and tell, where we spend about an hour every fortnight, and we just talk about stuff that's not work related, or we do something practical that's not work related. So here right now we're baking a cake, and we're baking a cake over Skype. So that was pretty cool. So Mong in the middle, she talked about colours, because she loves colours. Lou on the right, she's obsessed with Kobe Bryant, and she talked about NBA. Jesse on the left here, he's obsessed with Ingress. I don't know why I don't like the game. Sorry for Ingress people. I talked about my love of Darren Brown, and I taught my team dating advice. Trying to teach Chinese people dating advice was crazy. So I guess what I take away from working with my Xi'an team is that guys in Xi'an are strange. Guys in different countries are strange. Maybe I'm strange. But maybe if you do work with people from a different country, or you have outsourcing, or you do distributed agile like REA, maybe using Hofstede as a starting point to understand the different cultures, to see how you can motivate your people within your team, within different countries. So I guess lastly, the things that we really do to force collaboration are things like hack days, where we task you to come up with a product idea, spend 2 days hacking it up, and then we showcase it via a science fair. This is a great tool to collaborate with people within your organization that you may not know, and so you build relationships within your organization. That's really successful for us. Another thing that we do is guilds and SIGs, which are self-managed organizations focused around the craftsmanship. So, given that we have pizza box-sized teams that are really cross-functional, we wanted a way to turn the dial on that craftsmanship. If you love Ruby, how do you get mentoring about what's ways to write really awesome Ruby code? Or as a practical example, last week the Cloud Guild talked about the cool stuff that came out of reInvent. So again, what is DevOps? I reckon common tools are part of this. Tools are a big part of DevOps, and I think it's more around we use these tools to collaborate with one another, to talk the same language. So these are the tools that we use: Docker, AWS, Puppet, Chef, Ansible, tools. We've got all the tools. We've got like everything. A great thing about REA is that we really focus on the autonomy as opposed to standardization. So what that means for us is that we have so much duplication. I was talking to one of the thought workers here earlier, and he was reminding me that we use, I can't remember the Ansible. No. Anyway, so we have all the tools. So maybe that's a great open space idea. How do you manage standardization versus autonomy? How do you, if there's a new tool like Docker, how do you migrate your existing infrastructure onto Docker? Maybe that's a good lightning talk. Sorry, maybe that's a good open space to talk about. So, DevOps. I think lastly, purpose is key. Common purpose is key. And when I think of purpose, I'm reminded of Andrew Clay Schafer's talk at DevOps Down Under a couple of years back. Little idea. And he talked about the free stonecutters. So with the free stonecutters, a person on the street, he sees 3 stonecutters, and he goes up to the first stonecutter, and he says, "What do you do?" And that person responds, I cut stone." He goes up to the second person. "What do you do?" I cut stone. Let me show you how I do it." And he goes up to the third person. "What do you do?" And the third person pauses. And he says, "I build cathedrals." So purpose is a fantastic motivator to rally your people around something. For me, in my area at REA, I work for the mobile apps and personalization tribe. And our purpose is to build the best property app. And I want to be a part of that. I want to build the best property app. So that's, for me, that's a massive motivator. So, I guess lastly, going back to the test. Do you think, so what did you answer the first time?
53 the first time.
What about the second time?
29.
Okay. What about yourself?
I picked
20? And second time?
no, I didn't pick the first time.
Okay. What about you?
I didn't vote, but I would have picked, I think something like 30 the first time, and then lower the second time, maybe something like 2 or 3.
Okay. Why would you pick lower?
Because I think everybody is going to lower their numbers when they understand the experiment better.
Yep. Okay. Is that pretty common? Okay. I guess by that experiment, what I'm trying to articulate is that when you have that common purpose, it's really critical to be heading in that same direction. And this experiment highlights that if we all know what everyone in the room is going to vote, we're going to vote lower. And that's a really a good data point to show that we're getting common purpose. And we're heading in that same direction. So, lastly, what is DevOps? I reckon value stream. I reckon it's a value stream optimization. I reckon collaborative culture is key. I reckon common purpose is really important, and also overlaying tools in the mix is to what DevOps is. Or maybe it's just Batman riding an electric unicorn. So lastly, I guess some open space ideas, like how do you manage BAU and delivery work? How do you keep the tools up to date? How do you do distributed development when if you've got multiple countries involved? Who goes on Pager? Maybe these are some good open space ideas for later today. That's it. Thanks. Happy kittens. Yeah, sorry about the slides.
Thank you, Trent. And sorry for the technical difficulties earlier. Removed the problem, so.
So what's the average?
So,
I've got an Excel spreadsheet. I'll have a look, and then I will put it up on one of the walls, and I don't know, maybe it's going to be quite high if you keep submitting high numbers. So. Cool.
cool. Thank you so much. So now we're going to hear from our host sponsor, ThoughtWorks. Yeah.
Hi everyone, this is Garima. I'm a senior consultant at ThoughtWorks, and ThoughtWorks is quite proud to sponsor the first DevOps Singapore 2015 event. 3 years ago, 2012, we started the DevOps community in Singapore. The DevOps meetup was started by ThoughtWorks. It's lovely to see it grow to this extent, and all of you coming together to support the ThoughtWorks, the DevOps practice today out here. ThoughtWorks was not only the pioneer in actually starting the DevOps community in Singapore. We have been active in the DevOps space globally, and over this period of time, from the very beginning of DevOps practice, we have accumulated a lot of journeys, a lot of experiences, and we are social people, so we love to share our experiences and journeys. So grab us. We have people in ThoughtWorks t-shirts or having the ThoughtWorks badges, or you can also find us at the booth outside. It'll have a lot of ThoughtWorks stickies and other things around. So, and we would love to hear your experiences and your journeys that you have during your practices and various barriers you've faced. So have a good day and happy DevOpsing.
Thank you. So next we have Ankur Trivedi. He has flown in all the way from Gurgaon, India, yesterday as well. And he works for Zebia Labs, and he has over 10 years of experience with a lot of different hats, from implementation consultant to Scrum Master to developer to project manager. That's not in any order of operations. So now he's here to talk about this.
Yeah, so good morning everyone, and thanks for the introduction. I work for Zebia Labs, and I work for implementing the different products that Zebia Labs has. So at Zebia Labs we build tools to support DevOps and continuous delivery. So we have tools in the release automation, deployment automation, and test space, and we have a booth out also. So you can come and talk to me about these tools there. So today, I'll be talking about one of these implementation assignments that I did in the US. It is a payroll processing company, and how from their old methods of delivering releases, how they turn themselves into faster release cycle, and that essentially we talk about in continuous delivery and DevOps. This company, what they do is they offer products to support businesses for payrolls. So they do payrolls and human resources for from very small companies to very large companies. So because of that, they had very varying range of applications. Because for supporting small and medium businesses, they had some small applications, maybe software as a service-based applications, because that's what SMBs like. And for bigger enterprises, they had something more mature and which they can host, the enterprises can host on-premise. So they had a very wide-ranging set of applications. They had a team of around 100,000 plus associates in IT, and a big customer base of 5,40,000 customers. So that is ranging from very small businesses to very large corporates. So with that, they had challenges of multiple tools, because different sets of application, different sets of requirements. So every application team, they're using their own tool, right? Because of those tools, means it is creating a spaghetti of all these tools, and there are a lot of tool supporting teams that they had to build, and also a lot of custom integrations, because once they build the application and then when they grow that, probably some other customer comes in and they want something else, so they build custom integration on top of that. So it was becoming very difficult for them to manage. Obviously, with all these application teams, they were following different processes. They had lack of project visibility. When a project they would start, and the project has to maneuver through multiple if the project has to maneuver through multiple application teams, the project managers were not able to visualize that what should be my end date of the project. It was very difficult to determine for them. Also the reporting, I see a typo there. Okay, so the reporting was also a problem for them, because again, fetching all this data from all these different application teams, and there is no uniform automation pieces there. So getting that information, and then that information is very important from the release process in order to improve upon that, because unless I have that data in front of me, I cannot retrospect and probably improve upon it, right? So because of that manual and outdated reporting, they were not able to do that as well. So these were some of the challenges that they were facing. So back in, I got into, I went for this implementation in 2014, but I got to know the story, the entire story when I was there. So this was the mission that they started off with in 2011, to maximize the power of their teams. So some of the points that I've highlighted here are probably, they resonate very well with what we just heard, from Ria Group as well, that, what kind of things that are there in the DevOps space. So active engagement and collaboration, increasing the reliability of delivery, that means optimizing the value stream, right? And maximizing the power of the people. So whatever the people are working on, how to get maximum value out of it. And also, there was this inspiration from some of the biggest companies who are doing this thing very well, actually. So these are some mind-boggling numbers you can look at, and there is a source of it, so I'm not making this up. So Amazon is doing not many deploys a day, so their deploy lead time is in minutes. Google, Netflix, so these are some of the pioneers who have achieved this to a very great extent. So these were some of the triggers for these in the company, in the case study as well, that when these people are doing it, probably we should do something about it and improve upon our existing release sets. So how did they enable that vision that I talked about? So first of all, they started off in phases. So they started off with the agile transition first of all, because they had to fix up how development is delivering. If development is delivering faster, then probably they can fix up the entire thing. So they started off with agile transition first, and then segregated, created multiple portfolios and programs on agile. So as I said, they had multiple different application teams. So on top of that, they created agile portfolios and program teams who can deliver across that entire multiple set of application teams. Then the last set was enabling the entire release automation. So continuous delivery enablement with the writer set of tools. And what are the tools I'll talk about. So with Agile, they also used some of the collaborative lifecycle management tools. They established tracks with backlog. So initially they had the waterfall model. So they were working on means ad hoc change requests were coming, and that way. Here they established these backlogs, and the team started doing Agile. They had multiple SCM tools, so that was becoming difficult for them to have one set of continuous integration framework in place. So they did a SCM migration to two SCM tools actually, not a single SCM tool, because a small bit is still in one other SCM tool. They did better reporting with these lifecycle management tools. So at least the part that I was talking about, that at least some data they were getting from their releases now. That okay, in this release probably this was the planning, and this is if across application teams we are doing this planning, this is the timeline that we are looking at. So because of setting up these tools, they got to do this better reporting. But the piece that is still missing is there is not enough automation. All these lifecycle management tools, the data filling is still a lot manual. So I used this picture here because I think it was relevant to explain this concept. So this, at ZBA Labs we have created this. So this is a release train kind of depiction for DevOps. So essentially the parts that I talked about, and it fits in this story precisely because the parts I was talking about. So initially the three boxes here are the development teams who are doing Agile, and they're getting their prioritized stories, and they're writing stories, they're writing code. So essentially they are developing that package that would go on some servers to run. Once they have written all this code, so we cannot automate this, we need people to do it, right? When this code is lying here, it is of no value unless it reaches production and serves my customers. So if I can automate the rest of the pieces, which can take this piece of software reliably to my production systems, I'm good. So the four pieces of automation here are automation and build, the continuous integration that we do with tools like Jenkins, TeamCity, and Bamboo, and a lot of companies are I see are already there. The pieces that are missing are automation and provisioning. So automation and provisioning means you have the build software with probably some kind of unit tests also have run on it. So you have some degree of reliability of that piece of software. What kind of environment it would run on, you have to provision it at runtime if you are running on the cloud, or maybe you would like to have a replicable set of environment. So automation and provisioning is another piece. Automation and deployment. So once you have the environment ready, you have the package ready. Now how do I ensure that it is deployed also automatically? Because if I have a big cluster of environment, how do I deploy this package to all these pieces reliably? So that piece is automation and deployment. Then you need to test the software whether it works fine on your machines that you have deployed on. So if I can figure out these four pieces of automation, I can make this particular release train go faster, right? And then I can put some kind of monitoring, which would become which would give some feedback to my next set of stories, and I complete the feedback loop. Right. So this is essentially what these guys did. So they started off with this, then moved, put some bit of CI in place, and then the rest of the pieces. So the story that I talked about so far was they already had automation and build. They were doing some kind of automation testing as well, but the missing pieces still were automation and deployment and automation and provisioning, and how to tie it together. So the benefits here by using this entire release train go faster would be there would be higher productivity of the teams, because teams are now essentially focusing on developing the software more, and probably how to get it to production faster can be figured out by the tools. So it would be a one-time effort to set up the framework for those tools, but I can potentially go faster in that case. which would essentially lower my costs and improve the time to market as well. It would improve the resource utilization and cooperation across the teams as well, because they are using similar set of tools. So the key for DevOps is, as we heard earlier as well, that if we are using the same set of tools for development and operations, they understand each other better. So with putting all those release train views, so essentially all these pieces, if the dev is also using same kind of tools in order to deploy to their dev environments, and then ops is also using the same kind of tools, they understand each other's problems better. And also, with this automation, we reduce the chances of human error, because a lot of the ops activities, if people are writing scripts or people are continuously doing deployments, the monotony sets in, and there are chances of human errors coming in. So, what was the technology landscape for this particular company that I talked about? So they had a lot of Linux servers, some Solaris servers, and some Windows servers for some of their utilities. They had a WebLogic application server farm that they were using for most of their deployments. They had some Apache web servers. For CI, they were using Jenkins. So this was before I came in. And then for some of the front-end utilities, they were using IAS servers, and for database, they were using Oracle. So probably you could see more or less similarity to what probably you guys are also seeing in your set of projects. So the journey from having set up the CI and from there to continuous delivery, what were the kind of challenges they were facing? So firstly, environment creation for them was largely manual, so it was taking a lot of time for them to build the environment first and then go ahead and deploy on them. So probably that was one key pain point that they were trying to address. And as I talked about, they had disparate tools across their different applications, so they probably had to streamline their tool set as well. Then there was a problem of there was a debate on how the deployment pipeline should look like. So probably this has some relation with the disparate tools as well, because there was lot of ideas coming in from both the organizations. So they have their dev organization being set up and the ops organization being set up. So conflicting tool ideas come into play. That okay, what should we use for probably provisioning? What kind of tools should we go for deployment automation? So a lot of conflicting ideas. And they had to settle through all those ideas and find the best optimal solution. And then how do they keep improving? So again, they probably wanted to use a tool which would give them real time data which they can retrospect upon, and improve their release on release. So this was the choice of tools that they went with. So for automated deployment, they used Excel Deploy. For automated provisioning, they used Puppet. And for release automation, they used Excel Release. And I'll show how they have used it. So this was their architecture diagram post the implementation. So they reduced all the SCM tools to Subversion and Git. So all things were moved to these two, primarily Git and less of Subversion. They had set up their build management as Ant and Maven, and for CI they were using Jenkins. The artifacts were being managed in Nexus, so that was being set up. For unit testing, they were using JUnit, Clover, MS Build, so some tools for Java based development and some for Microsoft. For smoke test, they were using JTAF. For labeling, they were using Git and Subversion. And for application deployment, they were using Excel Deploy. And for having this process automated, they were using Excel Release. So Excel Release was triggering all these different processes. And for monitoring, they had set up Negios on top of their QC and prod environments. So what are the kind of checks they were doing? So for build records, they were checking how much time my build is running. So then by checking the build time, they were kind of optimizing that build time, so making some measures in order to how we can achieve lesser build times. Then test the coverage reports, obviously means they were trying to achieve better coverage with that. For the deploy records, they were measuring the throughput, that how many deployments are they're doing, per week. So they were at a per week level. Probably they might have, gotten better by now. But at that time, they were, kind of measuring that how many deploys they're using per week. So that was the kind of data. And how much is the deployment time? So for each and every deployment to different environments, and I'll show the numbers as well. So what kind of deployment time we are looking at? Here comes the is lot of the cultural part. So as I talked about conflicting ideas from dev and ops organization for these tools, so that was a very challenging challenging thing for them, and I think that would apply to many other organizations as well. That how do you get through all these different ideas, and how do you settle on one single idea? So here, I think what made the difference was they had very good executive support, and with the executive support, they organized a separate continuous delivery team who was chartered to find out these tools, and this team would listen to all the ideas and come out with recommendations on the tools. Obviously, they had a complex structure, as I mentioned. So lot of apps team are there, in which a lot of developers are there who are giving all these ideas about the tools. They had a very risk-sensitive culture. So as as any of the finance-related organization would have, directly they wanted to have very less impact on the users, because direct business was hit if something goes wrong in the software as a service-based application. So very risk-sensitive culture was there. So this is how their pipeline looked like for one of the environments. They had done infrastructure building for only the dev environment for that. So essentially all these tasks are sequential in nature, and one task finishes another one appears. So essentially they had an infrastructure phase and an application phase for each of their environments. In the infrastructure phase, they are using Puppet. So with Excel deploy is calling Puppet behind the scenes. So and this particular flow is being triggered by a Git commit. So they were template, basically the Puppet file in Git, and then once they make some changes in that Git file, this particular flow gets triggered. This flow triggers the Puppet module, and which creates the environment. Then it goes ahead and fetches the new machine IP that has been created. It runs another Puppet module which install application servers, so basically builds the environment so that we can use and deploy to that environment. Then couple of web calls, basically which have been tied using the webhooks. So couple of REST API calls in order to tell the deploy tool that okay, this is what my new environment looks like. And then they went ahead and created a record in ServiceNow that okay, this particular environment is now created and ready for release. Then in the application phase, they triggered Jenkins, which would create a build. Once the build is created, it would deploy this build to this newly developed environment, and then some test tasks. So basically, test tasks will vary on what kind of application it is. So some applications using JUnit, some using MS Build. So respective tests were run. And then at the end of it, it would update the ServiceNow record that okay, now it is available in dev, and it would follow through if that particular application team is using the tools in other bigger environments as well. So what are the quantitative benefits that they got out of it? So if I talk about their dev or test environments, without continuous delivery, while they were using all the script-based deployment. So there was a lot of preparation time that was going in. While setting up how to run the scripts and all. So they were consuming about 2 hours to do the deployments on their dev and test environment, which was reduced to 5 minutes because essentially it was a single-click deployment that they achieved. For deployment to pre-prod and production, also there are come some similar numbers. So other benefits that they achieved by using this continuous delivery was obviously one that I talked about, reduced preparation time. It improved the communication a lot because everybody is looking at that same pipeline view, right? And everybody in the team has access to, when the release gets triggered, everybody has access to, okay, which exact task my release is at. So which improved the communication a lot because there is no back and forth chat communication or email communication that, okay, where my release is stuck. They obviously had capability to deploy faster, as we saw in the numbers. And the environment utilization was improved because if I'm using a SaaS-based application, I'm not, because of the preparation time, I'm not losing that time of my application being done. So since it is the entire flow that is going on, I'm making very effective environment utilization. This is a quote from one of the team members there, so probably means I found it funny. So he says XLD is the end of tribal knowledge as we know it. So the old way of doing things he was referring as tribal knowledge. Some changes to the team composition as well, and I found a great similarity to what RIA is doing. They are also doing almost the same things. So they merged their release implementation teams and the application operations teams. So they because that made sense, and that eventually made the continuous delivery team. So this team was chartered to maintain the tools for continuous delivery, and probably the support group was created for the entire application teams. They obviously had, since they were focusing a lot on automation, they had to focus on automation testing a lot. So each application team was kind of encouraged to use more and more automation testing. For the build engineers, they were trained to take more DevOps roles. So basically these build engineers, again, some of them part of the application operation teams. So they were trained in these new tools that I talked about. So some of them got trained in Puppet, some of them in release automation and deployment automation. And then gradually they were turning themselves into provider of environments. So this entire continuous delivery team, they would give this framework for the application team to host their applications on. Also, the cultural part was that not many of the application team project managers or project owners, they were not ready to make that shift to continuous delivery. So they had the challenge of promoting this particular initiative within their organization as well. So for that matter, on the go live day, so some of the application teams who agreed to onboard their applications, host their applications on this new environment, new way of doing things, all the other application teams were invited, and there was a big basically conference room and projector being set up, and then this is how the go live was done. So that just to promote within their organization that okay, this thing works, and you can host your applications probably with some effort on this platform. And the celebration. So this was a team in the US, and they were a set of hunters. So hunting, and so I managed to convince them to shoot only the non-living objects. So that was a good thing that I did. And probably this could be a very well way of having mingling with the teams also. So this was their idea of going out and having parties. I'm not sure about the source, but I really like this continuous delivery evaluation picture. So on level 1, and there are different parts to it. So these different levels of DevOps maturity, and on the scale of DevOps, on scale of monitoring, on scale of testing, provisioning, deploying, and building, how well you are doing. So they are probably at level 3, wherein the development operations are working together when this is required, and they are trying to achieve the level 5, where operation and development are both part of the multidisciplinary team. So they are still siloed. They have the application team being set up and a continuous delivery engine being set up as a support. So probably as a true DevOps level 5, this is the place to achieve. Yeah. So questions?
I have a question.
Yeah.
In the pipeline that you showed,
Yeah.
you have an infrastructure before the application build.
Yeah.
Is it something that you do per application? The setup of the environment machine, the per build of the application?
Yes. So if say for instance the software as a service based application, so they want to host it on a cloud. So they have an environment template that how it should look, right? So they would host that environment template into the source control. When you change that environment template typically has that, okay, what kind of these many application servers I want, these many database servers I want, right? And then once you make that change, it goes on to that particular cloud provider. It could be AWS, Azure. It hits that, it creates that environment for you, and then you onboard that environment into your deployment solution, and then you go ahead and build, deploy your application on. So essentially, it is tying the infrastructure creation part and the build deployment part as well. So first you build the environment, then you build the application, then you deploy on it.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm a little bit unclear on the answer. So what you're saying is that after every Git commit,
Yeah.
builds a new environment for that particular version of the application,
Yeah.
and then switches off from the current version to the new version.
So the Git commit in this case I'm talking about is in Git what is hosted is the environment specification. So the Puppet file or
Alright, so not
that
including the web app. Or
not the web app. So the web app building part is coming later in my build phase.
okay, and
Yeah.
how do you? I suppose I see a bit of a disconnect between
Yeah.
the infrastructure and the application. So how do you coordinate between pushing a new infrastructure? I suppose the new infrastructure and the new web application. Say if you have a new configuration and you have infrastructure, and that web application depends on it.
Yeah.
How do you manage that?
So typically how they did it was, the Git template, it had the application, so basically that Git template was from the application branch, right? And I changed that particular thing. So the Git template would also have what kind of, which Git URL the application is hosted on, right? And that would become as an input to this particular template, right? When I reach the application phase, I already have that Git URL that where I should hit my build, right? So I would give Jenkins that input and basically build that and then go ahead and deploy it. Right? So entire thing means whatever is needed for my application to run, that is being hosted in that one Puppet file. Yeah.
Is this still open source?
No. So this is a proprietary. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, and you can catch me at the booth if there are any more questions.
Thank you, Edgar. So now we have a 15-minute break until 10:40, and the area in the back with some sofas and stuff. So if you guys want to just take a quick break, and we'll be back here at 10:40.
time no see, Ma.
Just a technical problem. Playing a technical problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, great job. It was really good. I introduced our study, the DevOps. Because I think really lots of different countries. I mean, like I said, when I was in UK, they say, alright, but they complain a lot about little things. It's not too thing is, I don't mind people complaining if they have talk about systems, but they just know. And then it's like, oh, life is tough. You know, like, well, it's nice to like right on the wall.
Yeah, sure.
Did it record properly now?
So please go to the lounge, do network. We have actually 20 minutes of break. This is try to rewire things and to avoid the fireworks that we had here.
Yeah, well, my base is Sydney.
Oh, right, okay.
I went to London for a year.
So I guess you can just use this one? Like the one?
Yes.
This cable should be more reliable.
Let's just test it because I want to test it.
Testing it. Or try some other you try some other.
Actually, let's test it. But leave this just so that we don't need them.
Just
The amount of new cutting edge technology that they use. I'm like,
You can do almost anything. I'll give it to you. I'm not gonna take it. But just, I don't want
something that is 0.7 or 0.1 version of the web. If it's not completely,
Can you just test and then you just try to walk because last time it was because people were walking.
makes sense.
Can you test there? Is it Italian? So just to walk in front of the stage? How long that takes?
Yeah. Bye-bye. I'm sure that they'll love it. This one is so is that probably is that kind of the inspiration? Yeah, this is okay.
Awesome. Yes.
So should we ask them to send you the slides and then we present from here? Yeah,
It's just fine. What you do is if they want to present their laptop, then they need to be on stage before we actually start the presentation. So I'm just gonna. I saw the keyboard was here, so I'm gonna.
Inspiration of that is because they have EMZ and what they call internal. Internal have absolutely low internet access. Really access to the EMZ at all.
yeah. How's Red Hat?
Yeah, so they were talking about, syncing repositories of 7-8 gig, and the initial sync, and the link is so slow. The initial sync is just going to take months or something. Ridiculous. And that's why I went on to the bandwagon of trying different stuff, and yeah, that's how I got the inspiration. It's not new. Like, I think people have been doing it in Red Hat for ages. There are tools in Red Hat because it might not be not in the VM-based system. So, I wasn't gonna initially I wasn't gonna talk about it because I was like, it's not interesting, but my mentor in the UK, he's like, yeah, let's think about it. You need is actually quite an interesting thing. And I'm like, wow, I got the insurance to Belgium and here. I was like, I'm not complaining. Well, Belgium is when I was in the UK.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm in Australia, I don't think
Let's test your laptop.
unless it's like an hour talk or something really big.
Yeah, we could see it policy.
Well, I think part of it is because this is a very expensive thing, and I'm just lucky that I lost the right. Great talk. I think there's a lot of things to learn about working with remote teams too. I'm still quite skeptical about working with remote team. I love that face-to-face interaction.
Yeah. I know. So we invest a lot.
Using the little headphone thing, and I'm just like,
That doesn't.
like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm typing this. You just can't see people's facial expressions, so you don't know whether the person actually understands or not. So I can't say, oh, am I making any sense there?
I think for me the most successful team structure is having the majority. At least maybe some jobs.
Yeah.
Yes.
Have you ever worked with any software in REA? Because I know we
Sure. We're one back.
Yeah, because I remember, no, REA wasn't, no, actually, I've been to the REA office before when I was in Melbourne last time. I went to the, I was always saying it is in Glen Bay for it, but no, it's not. Yeah. Yeah, in my opinion, it's more efficient. Yeah, it was good. Well, I hope I'll be able to do it today.
It's working. No, it's working. I just blacked out the screen because I want to. No, it's working. Yeah.
sugar or the protein. And then okay. That's all I care about. Yeah, for sure.
For our group.
Absolutely. Oh, you're the type of guys.
Yes. Thanks.
Yeah, man. You're type of guy as well. Okay.
He's already staying. Yeah. So maybe can we move a bit? Be careful. Be careful. Okay.
You just wait. Squeeze in. Okay, that's good. 1, 2, 3. Alright.
Check it. Upload Facebook.
Twitter as well.
Oh, Twitter.
Twitter, hashtag DevOpsDays SG now. Scene 1. Double 2.
Okay. Facebook. How many Facebook is it? Okay. It's your job.
Hello.
Oh, is it? Nice to meet you. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate the. Coming on it, right? Honest to know, collaboration, all of those things.
Oh,
Do topics open space.
we will.
A lot of questions, that's great. That's what you want to know.
Legacy goal.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I think just because we had a beautiful snafu right now during the keynote, and we've got it sorted out now, but I think it's good to be. Yeah, sure. So I'll just start when we start closing it. I'll let you guys know, and at that point you can start. Is it going to be noisy? Okay, awesome. Okay, so when I start, that's when you can start. So actually, towards the end, when I'm closing, that's when we start. And you can take a turn. So people can, in the time, smell out and go directly. Allows free. There will also be another one of these
I should have switched up.
So you've got 3 hours of open where you have to think about things.
Oh, I'm doing okay.
No, it should be fine.
It doesn't have to be exactly.
Yes.
Not very nice. Maybe I think.
Sure. Thank you.
For the last one, we were talking another. Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. You're good.
Oh, you haven't adjusted the time.
Oh, I haven't yet.
It's fine.
What's the choice?
7:35 p.m. Okay, that's perfect because now we
No, no,
still
no.
have the small job.
You're all okay, right?
Yes.
So I won't circulate the mic. I assume you will repeat the question. There won't be. I think. Oh, there won't be. To the end. Yes. I'll give it to you. Oh, okay. You'll give it to me. I actually, that's okay. I mean, you want me to add this? Go ahead. You want to go out?
Just under your Cisco. There.
What's the...
You want me to add?
Yeah.
Hi everyone. So while people are gathering in, I was asked to entertain a bit. And so my name is Sergio Bodio. I'm part of the DevOps co-organizer group. So when I was searching for the jokes, the first thing that I did is I went to the Google and searched DevOps one-liners, and they were all in Perl. So instead what I did is I went to DevOps Borat, and that was what I searched for. So how are you so far? Okay. Our next speaker is actually coming all the way from San Francisco, so it's about the time. He's not jet lagged, but should be fine. has anyone of you subscribed or tweeted at our Twitter handle, DevOpsSG? In hashtag? All hashtag? Like, awesome, tech issues. So we were able to solve the tech issues. It was because of the cables, so it should be going smooth. Okay. So our next talk is Agile Service Provider Transformation by Kiran, who works at Cisco. He flew all the way from San Francisco. He leads the DevOps strategy at Cisco for IT transformation, and he's going to share about the advantages of technology, like cloud virtualization, transformation, and IT management. With that in mind, I would like a round of applause, and I'll welcome Kiran.
Thank you, Shankar. Hello, Singapore. How are you guys doing?
Awesome.
Good. Excellent. I'm absolutely delighted to be here, particularly in Singapore and DevOps Days here. And this whole DevOps movement is very close to my heart, and I'm fully passionate about it. I work for Cisco and particularly focused on service provider business. We're looking at what's happening in the service providers. One of the major shifts in the industry towards software-defined networking, and at the heart of it is, in fact, leveraging DevOps principles to transform their business and the models. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that. So before that, a little bit about my background, and I actually started my career at Cisco many years ago. I was the network guy. I helped multiple customers, predominantly in the service provider space, help them build the large-scale IP networks, and then I became a data center guy. And there, I helped a number of customers, both enterprise and service providers. In between, I left to do a SaaS startup in the Web 2.0 space, and my business was entirely based on Amazon, and we had huge growth. At the time, we didn't realize we were doing DevOps, but that's what was our mantra. Then I rejoined Cisco in the cloud business. Ever since I've been around cloud and transformations, particularly helping service provider customers, basically adopt cloud and what it means for them. So overall, I've been with service providers. I know this business very well. It is an exciting time now to be part of this industry. In fact, I didn't exactly plan my career this way. It's a random set of events which happen to be now making sense once I look back. What's happening in the service provider space is the whole network is getting virtualized. Think about these networks are appliances, speeds and feeds. They're getting virtualized, and they're running within the data. They're basically collapsing into the data center, and they're running very much like your cloud applications with the same operations like the DevOps style. So that's what is software-defined networking and cloud. My focus within Cisco has been around how do we adopt these DevOps, what should be our strategy around it, portfolio, and my work with global service providers who are initially going through this DevOps moment. It is very early days in this space and in this industry, so I'm here to share some of the things which we are learning in the market. I happen to be a curious guy, as you probably can already tell. I get bored with things pretty fast, and then I end up doing different things. Eventually, hopefully it makes sense. Right now, where my mind has been, and I'm passionately looking into automation and how it can help industries. And one of the things which I was looking at was how the airplanes cockpit has evolved over time. And one of the jokes in the industry at that time was that planes would be flown by, because of the automation, would be flown by a person and a dog. And the job of the person is to feed the dog, and the job of the dog is to bite him if he touches anything. So it's kind of, obviously we didn't get there, but it is pretty close. If you look at what the airline manufacturers have done with the automations in terms of autopilot and that kind of stuff, it's pretty fascinating, and the benefits are more safety, reliability, and efficiencies they gain with its fuel savings, etc. But it is, obviously I'm not going to be talking about that space, but what struck me was the amount of similarities between how that industry has evolved and what we have with DevOps. It's pretty fascinating. And it also has a very direct correlation to service provider business, which takes pride in carrier class. The networks obviously cannot go down and has high reliability, safety requirements. So that's what I found is fascinating. Now let me transition to talk about the industry I know well, and I've been part of it for many years now. Service provider industries, in many ways, it's kind of slow moving, and there are a number of challenges. The top four, and this is universally felt across the board, whether you are a wireline provider, like a cable operator or a mobile operator, the traffic growth is phenomenal. It's actually exponential. The last 5 years, the internet traffic, the IP traffic, has grown 5 times, and it is projected to grow 10x at the minimum in the next 5 years. And none of these service providers are kind of ready for this kind of exponential growth. And what you see here is the average hour and the busy hour. Busy hour spikes up more than the average hour, and this is predominantly driven by video traffic. Folks like us who are going in YouTube, Netflix, and it does have a prime time concept. And so traditionally, the service provider networks are very static in nature, so meaning they always predict for the busy hour, and then they overbuild the infrastructure. But what cloud and this software-defined brings to them is ability to dynamically scale their needs, and not today they throw the box and the physical hardware and people at the problem, which actually doesn't scale well. So they know they have to change. The other big threat they have is things like over the top. There are folks coming in and eating their direct revenue. The classic example is WhatsApp. My wife has been sending me text messages on WhatsApp, and I hardly use any text from the telcos anymore. So that's kind of a scary time for them to kind of compete with these over-the-top players who doesn't have the legacy. And they're always very slow moving. It's partly the legacy culture and the victims of their own success. It's classic silo back offices. One team doesn't talk to the other team. It's large organization. I think that is it's about to change. Any service they have to bring to the market takes minimum 9 or more, in some cases 9 months plus, which is not going to be effective for them. And the amount of complexity they have in their networks is protocols, different types of vendors, different CLIs. Majority of this industry is very still manually provisioned, manually maintained, very human and many manual tasks. So the complexity has to drastically reduce. They know they have to simplify. So a number of they're ripe for some kind of a big transformation and change. And I think now is with the cloud models, it is an exciting time to be part of this industry. In many ways, they've gone through. I've been part of 2 inflections, but if you look at how the service providers have evolved over time, in simplistic terms, when the data and voice, that was their voice and video was the starting point. At the time, they were running 2 parallel infrastructures, maybe all the way into the homes and businesses. 2 set of cables. They'll drop you different CPEs, and they have gone through that first wave, where basically, you can come through, one cable, and then we'll take care of it in the back end by virtualizing stuff. So they've been virtualizing along the way. And back in 2000, I think with the internet boom, things have drastically changed for them, where it was predominantly voice and video based, became data-centric networks. The majority of the traffic today is video and coming from the mobile side of the house. And so things have drastically changed. What that also meant was the value was shifting up. The folks like Skype, WhatsApp, and all these folks are eating into their pie. So they had to invent themselves. For them, the next biggest opportunity and the biggest inflection point is around cloud and virtualization. This time it is completely software. It's unlike what the industry has seen in many years. They have to become effectively like the Googles of the world, the Facebooks of the world, have DevOps style operations, and it's basically running a software operation. They have to pivot into that software model. At the heart of it is what the industry calls as, still very early days, but there's some real good industry momentum behind it. The three technologies which are driving this: network function virtualization. In simple terms, what that is a 5-guard router or firewall, which was an appliance that gets virtualized as a software image. It can run in the cloud, and by definition, it gives some efficiencies. As you can imagine, it runs like a software application. In the networking space, not everything can be virtualized, so there's still speeds and feeds. It could be core boxes. Those boxes are becoming more programmable. Today, they're more CLI driven. Somebody goes and does, it's like assembly language type of environment. So they're getting virtualized from a programmatic standpoint, and there's a lot of data, the telemetry which comes out of it. And that's the SDN momentum, where the controllers is the abstraction layer where you can write software code on top to do a lot of interesting things. And the cloud is the de facto hosting platform. It's a combination of these three allows them to virtualize networks like never before and launch services. What this also means is the methods they've been, for the last 100 years they've been using as a playbook for service provider operations is just about to change. And the answer is in DevOps. Majority of them know this, and they know the transformation can be hard, but there are some real good initial use cases, or the customers adopting it, which I'm going to talk about. The example, I think one of the classic examples in AT&T, a major service provider in the US, has recognized this and start to go through this transformation journey. What you see is actually their initiative called Domain 2.0, which is a pivot into the software SDN model, as I talked about. So if you look at on the left, it's a classic waterfall type of approach to building. Why does it take 18 months or 9 months to launch a service? So they basically, vendors like us, we give them, hardware or software and things like that. They put together, in their labs, they do a lot of testing because the industry requires, high reliability, and they're known for that, and also has regulations. So that's why they go through a lot of certification testing, but it's a classic waterfall approach. And by the time they launch it, it's kind of, it worked well, and when the barriers were high for them, meaning, it's not easy for anybody to, so, and they milked the system for a really long time. But that's not going to be true anymore in the cloud world, where anybody like WhatsApp or Skype is able to launch and take their revenue. So the the shift which is happening is, like I said, it has very much like the enterprise application style, hosted on the cloud. Now they also need DevOps. Not only they need the challenge with, as Trent was pointing out earlier in the presentation today, it is a cultural shift more than adopting the tools and the principles of it's recognizing and knowing what needs to be changed, going from a siloed model into a DevOps model. That's what we see is the biggest challenge. First, cultures. Second, using the heavy automation and tools. And third, the skill set. Majority of their engineers, the network guys, are not really the programmers, and the programmers don't really understand networks, so that creates a problem. So some of the folks like AT&T have recognized it, and they have a plan to do the skill pivot into this software by offering training courses and things like that. So it's a slow process. It is. I think it's going to happen next 5 to 7 years. Slowly, most of the networks will become software defined, and with that, DevOps is the front and center for them to make this transformation. Let me show you a quick use case of, and this is a real life use case. Part of my job is also to work with global service providers, at least the emerging ones. So I get to see this firsthand. And so this is a service which we've launched in Europe and along with our service provider partners, and in Australia as well. And what this is think about from a catalog perspective. Service provider is offering a VPN type of a service, which is managed type of a service, and their end customers are small and medium businesses, or predominantly that's their target. In this case, the end customers would go into a kind of self-service portal. They'll get a couple of options. If I might pick an advanced, I'd like a virtual router, firewall, and IPS, high security requirements. So I might pick that. And earlier, this was all done. They do these kind of services today, and this is all done manually. Somebody has to go on site, configure the router, and they have to the whole networking stuff, cable it together, and so it takes a lot of cost and also the time which is required. So in this case of a cloud virtualization, the behavior is somebody would go in and download the virtual CPE, and they would basically plug it into their MPLS or internet network, and that automatically the system loads the configuration. It's all full automation, and in the back end it spins up. So for example, a firewall router. This is called a service chain. I don't want to bore you with telco concepts, but the entire service chain gets instantiated on the cloud dynamically, and the magic happens for the end user to use this service. And when they no longer need it, obviously you can turn it off, and the resources get reused into something else. So this is very disruptive in nature, and for them, what this means is a high degree of efficiency, and they can launch services much faster. It can shrink it down to weeks, literally weeks, and it's a big win for them from going from 9 months cycles to this type of an environment. So this is going live. Interestingly, we're seeing some good adoption in the market. But in the back end, what does it take to run this kind of operations? Traditionally, and this is where the struggle is. The reality on the ground is a lot of these providers are not ready for DevOps style operations. It is fundamentally different than what they've been used to for last year, many years. So you can imagine. I think it's again, a lot of it is culture, getting the right set of folks to. It's basically software. You have to run it as a software shop. What you see here is you can't be throwing people at the problem to run this kind of environments. So whether it's I already talked about, you want to launch a new service, or if there are many changes which happen because of dynamic software environment. They could be an updated software, or whatever the human workflow. There was an error or a fault of some sorts. The system is able to now, you can, because of the nature of software defined, you can auto remediate and take actions without ever using as a human being. and it very much, as you probably saw in previous presentations, it has, you have concept of tool chain, where like we get everything is stored, including all the images, the models which are the software models which are defined in a highly standardized source specification like GitHub repository, and there's a whole different set of pretty much whatever the web guys have been using, but with slight variations on the tool front. The other part is to have high predictability. Earlier, these testing cycles were very manual in nature, so that changes into the automated testing. And these environments are also, they are identical in nature, so that your degree of confidence in putting in production goes high. Just to give you an example, the changes on the network today do not, I mean, you hardly make, in a quarter, couple of changes, because it is, these production network, you don't touch production networks. It has, as you can imagine, it has a big, wider impact than changing an application, which, because if your network is down, basically everything is down. So the mindset so far, the methods today they use is very locked down, and also there's a lot of regulations on who can touch the system, how frequently they can make changes. But that's all is about to change with kind of DevOps style operations. Again, a lot of it is mindset, and also the necessary tooling which is required to make these a reality. I'm going to switch a little bit. So while this industry is going through, it's a fascinating time to be a part of such a big change, particularly for me. Also, I think there's some new requirements. We're able to adopt, this industry will never have the same type of velocity and the change frequency like the web guys. Amazon does changes literally 11.8 seconds. I think they do changes that rapidly. I don't think this will be the case here. What will be interesting for them is if they have a security vulnerability or something of that, which having that scale, and because they've got hundreds of thousands of nodes they need to manage, and having that capability of updating routers, switches, or whatever it is very interesting for this industry. But at the same time, it is that I want to be agile. I want to launch a lot of things, but the stability is of utmost importance. I think, which is why I was kind of reading up on the airline models. But I think it's going to be an interesting dance. A lot of it is related to mindset and also the tools which we'll find out. The other biggest concern is the hybrid nature. They can't get away from having physical kind of networks and virtual. So these are two separate skills, 180 degrees apart. And managing these hybrid environments is going to pose some challenges, any challenges for this industry. And I already talked about the network programmer bottleneck. I think severe shortage in terms of skill for the folks who have the networking knowledge and the programming language. They have to come together of some sorts. I think there'll be in high demand for, frankly, when this industry starts to take a big rise. And the back office systems traditionally, they've not made it easy on themselves. We've got lots of each, if you have a service, then there is a management system on top, and there's a billing assurance system. They're all siloed environments, so that has to be cleaned up. Launching new service, that's the biggest bottleneck. You have to have all these integrations which are point to point, and they take forever to get that right. So it's about to change for this industry, but it's going to take its own time and path, unlike everything else. What is needed? I think the skills which are very much like the DevOps style skill set, but with the networking knowledge around it, and operations of networks from the past would help. So that folks like AT&T have and others have realized that skill doesn't really exist. I mean, even it's in high demand. So they've started skill pivot programs to start creating that supply. And again, I think would be in high demand in some time. And the process, here's where we've been, I think, the cultural changes in the back office silos are a serious issue in terms of a number of handoffs and anything to do with network. They'll have a change ticket, somebody goes and configures a portion of the network, passes it on to someone. It does, it's a big change from how they're doing today. So implementing that would be of a huge benefit. There are some services like transformation services. We partnered with a company in the US to bring this to some of our customers. And these guys go in, look at the process, figure out where the value handoffs are, and where they can get. Tool set. Well, I think a lot of the existing DevOps tools do apply. There are some gaps in the industry in terms of, especially related to the networking and the troubleshooting aspects. Majority of the industry is focused on how do I provision these and program these, but not necessarily focused on what can I do if something goes wrong in that environment? How do I troubleshoot? How do I test? From the compute side is well understood, I think, because of the early DevOps movement from which came from the Googles and the Facebook's side of the house. But on the networking side, those tools are missing, and I think the industry will sort it out. Last but not the least, I think the standards are still emerging. There's a couple of forums. I talked about the concept of service chain and how these network functions are stitched together. And that's kind of the Yang models. They're still emerging. In fact, we just Cisco's acquired a company called TailF around this, which exactly does that level of abstraction for networks. Now, in my early customers, the ones which we are engaged with, the large ones, where do we start? This is not, it's not as much as it is a technology-led discussion in, how do I do this? There's a lot of interest, proof of concepts, understanding what is the network function virtualization, what can I take to market? But I think they quickly realizing it is a big cultural shift, one that they're not used to, and one they're frankly not prepared to do in the software side of the house. So it starts small, but it pretty much starts with basics. What is DevOps? How do you it's basically awareness education across, and also looking at a particular service. Try not to boil the ocean, and they won't be succeeding. These carriers have legacy cultures and people, and with that comes a lot of interesting things. So they'll have to start small, evaluate a process and a service, and demonstrate, continuously improve on it, demonstrate how they can leverage automation or metrics, what's required in that, and identify improvements to make the change. Again, this is going to be a multi-year journey, whichever way we look at it, and going from physical to virtual side of the house. But if they do, I think it's a fascinating time, particularly around all the sensors coming in, the IoT use cases, and the efficiencies they can gain by being nimble, and also I think it'll clean up their entire back office, which for many years they have known it was a big problem. I think this becomes the forcing function, and eventually I have no doubt in my mind they will turn into DevOps style operations with the network, and I think it'll benefit the whole industry at large with what's happening around Internet of Things. Thank you very much. That was it from my end.
Hey guys, so we don't have Q&As as part of the slides of the presentation because we want to make you take notes and then ask your questions during the open space. We have the whole afternoon reserved for the open space. So there will be the speakers, there will be the vendors, there will be yourself in the audience. Now is the time where we again give a big thanks and a round of applause to our sponsors, without whom we could not organize this event. And then I'll welcome Pivotal for their 1-minute pitch.
Hey everyone, my name is Jason. I'm the CTO for APJ, which means that I am the least intelligent one on my team. It's actually not a joke. So it's almost impossible to really sum up what we do in a minute. Basically, Pivotal is born in the idea that companies are being disrupted. Industrial era companies are being disrupted by software. That's the reality of it. We're seeing it in almost every market across the board. And there's been a lot of focus on infrastructure, there's been a lot of focus on these other areas, but the software space has really been neglected, and ironically, that is what is closest to the customers in the business. So Pivotal really has a core strategy of helping customers with a digital transformation, a digital strategy, new ways of developing software, new ways of enabling that disruption. There's 3 sides of the company. We have the agile methodologies through labs. We have everything that's happening around Cloud Foundry, our platform as a service that enables these microservices to run on top of, and the data, which allows you to present data-driven decisions back into the product. So it's very much for us a software story and helping customers realize how they can disrupt within their own markets, similar to companies like Netflix and Hulu and all of these others by standing on the shoulders of those giants. That's it. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason. The next sponsor will be Puppet Labs. Please welcome them on stage.
How you all doing? Can you hear me? Woo-hoo. So I only have a minute. I cannot believe that. So who wants to deploy code more frequently? Put your hand up. That should be everyone. That's why you're here. Who wants their systems to be more reliable when they deploy more code? That should be everyone. Okay, so Puppet Labs is the organization you need to talk to. Who's read the 2015 State of DevOps report? If you haven't put your hand up, you should. So basically, the State of DevOps report for 2015 says that high-performing IT companies deploy code 30 times more frequently, they have 60 times fewer failures, and they have 168 times faster mean time to resolution. So in other words, DevOps practices and DevOps tools like Puppet are actually mature enough to allow organizations to not only move at speed, but not to sacrifice the reliability of their systems at the same time. Just in terms of Puppet, we're configuration management, we're declarative versus imperative. You define the desired state. You test Puppet code before you put it into production. We have 30,000 companies worldwide using Puppet. We have 22 companies every day looking at Puppet for the first time. And we more than doubled the number of Puppet Enterprise licenses in the last 12 months. We have a support center in Kuala Lumpur. We have 11 people in the region, and we're hiring 2 people in Singapore as we speak. So come and talk to me, Joe, or Dylan. We're out the front. Have a great day.
Okay, awesome. So the timekeeper. The next talk is of particular interest because it's the only talk that has a pair. And DevOps loves pairing. That's why we had that link where we asked if you can convince a buddy to bring to the DevOps Days, then you'll get the $50 discount. So the next talk is by the guys Sriram Narayan and Prashant from ThoughtWorks. And their talk is quite interesting because it talks about two interesting subjects, continuous delivery and security. And you would think they are opposite forces. But in this case, they are going to share their lessons learned from implementing continuous delivery and security on a very popular website. So, I'll welcome them on stage. So here's the laptop and the slides, right? Yeah. Okay, awesome. Hopefully it's enough. Oh, don't worry. So while the folks are setting up, what's your first tweet about DevOps Days? Good, good. No? Go, no go. Next time.
You can take pictures of Sergio and just tweet it. Yeah, embarrass us.
Or I can take Wi-Fi's, and then I can come up with funny names. And hopefully I'll find effects. Okay. So again, no Q&A. Make notes of your questions. And do ask them, do vote for them in the open space. Okay?
Can everyone hear me? Yeah, I can. Yeah, thank you. I work with ThoughtWorks. I've been a dev. I've worked for quite a few years in the infrastructure space. I enjoy build and release engineering. I enjoy a lot of infrastructure automation. And I would say that I'm a DevOps person because that's unfortunately badly overloaded nowadays. But I work a lot. I do a lot of bridging work between people playing various roles.
Hi, I'm Prasanna, and I've been a pen tester for around 12 years now, and right now work for ThoughtWorks. And my primary role is to ensure that the code that we deploy as organization remains secure. That's the shortest introduction of me.
Yeah, and what's happening right now is between Prasanna and I, we work with a number of ThoughtWorks clients, and we help them in the continuous delivery journey. We help. So I'm a security enthusiast. I'm nowhere close to the kind of stuff that people like Prasanna do. And a lot of what we are going to present here are lessons that we have learned. Excuse me, Dasan. Can you hear me still? I don't think it's for the speakers. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So, yes, folks, this is primarily what we are going to cover. How does security fit into continuous delivery, right? So, quick recap for all of us. Continuous delivery is, yes, there is the book, but this is what is the essence. How do you make sure that you have working code, reliable code out in production, right? And how do you make sure that you can deploy frequently and that you can get value earlier, usually in weeks rather than in months. So it is, the previous speaker mentioned about Amazon deploying every 11.1 or X seconds. Yes, those are different parts of the overall segment, but how do they make it all work together? This is something that a lot of businesses are out exploring right now because they need into software and they would rather realize the benefits of it earlier than later, right? Yeah. People like me are called in at such times. Because we've been devs, we've written we test drive all the time. We do a lot of infrastructure automation, and at ThoughtWorks we believe very, very, very much in automating a whole lot of things. So these are the areas that we usually end up focusing on. Okay, everyone wants the build to be faster. You want lesser red builds. It's a popular topic on one of our projects, and you start doing things like you say, hey, QAs don't have to be enemies of devs, and we go about changing the KPIs of various teams. A lot of these are actually people level problems. The technology is a very small bit of it, right? And one of the things that we end up doing is we also work with prod teams and say, can you share with us what security settings and infrastructure configurations you have so that we can get it all the way back to development? And we try to eliminate scenarios like when devs say, but it works in my environment, it works in my laptop. Why doesn't it work somewhere else? I don't know. So we try to cut out a lot of those things. Right? Now, one of the topics that's usually not very much covered is that of security. The way security is seen is you usually leave this, it's considered a painful process. Business, of course, says security is very important. No one wants to lose revenue. You don't want to have scenarios like actual scenarios. Someone adds, say, $500 worth of goods to a shopping cart. They navigate all the way to paying the credit card. They go open the shopping cart again, add some more goods, and they come back and pay for this $500, and they get thousands of dollars free. So we've actually had to help with customers in scenarios like this, right? So business understands, it's all about revenue. They have full ramifications to take care of. And as a consequence, everyone says, hey, security is important. And this is what security ends up being for a lot of teams. It becomes, oh, I've got the green bar. We have a sign-off. It is stuff like you have to have separations of responsibilities. It's just a lot of this, all these very novice level statements and people with a lot of tags and whatnot. So we have to deal with all of this stuff. And this is what it ends up being. It's usually just considered a lot of drama and all about nothing. One of the kind of things that we showcase to our clients is a demo that we're going to showcase to you a little later today in this talk, right? Some very quick things, right? We end up dealing with all these people playing these various roles. We usually have to deal with whatever they say. It's usually a good relationship because if something goes bad, they're the ones to first get fired. The unfortunate things that we've seen at Target and such is one example. People who did the right due diligence, but there was a crack somewhere and someone broke in, and usually these are the people who are held accountable and responsible, right? Security advisors, well-meaning people, we work with them a lot. Pen testers, unfortunately, they're not part of teams, and that's what we're going to argue, that you want them part of your teams. And auditors, sounds very, they are also very traditional-minded people, and when people like me have to work with them and say, I'm on your side, I've finished automating it all, here's your report, we then get into different questions like, whoever asked you to run it? So, yes. So, these are the people that we have to work with. This is something that I have figured out is ideal to explain to dev teams. What is security? It's not just a buzzword, it's not just that, the green bar in the browser, it's not just some auditor sitting somewhere. For a lot of people, all of these things end up being the same. They just think that these are all synonymous with each other. So this is an example that we use to explain to people that we all understand passwords, we use them. So this is how we explain passwords and all these things to people. Now why am I having this slide here? We are having this slide because of this point, defense in depth. We usually, let me go to the earlier slide, okay? We usually have to deal with scenarios where when I explain to a developer that, hey look, we've got to have this setting, we have to have SE Linux enabled, automation in place. I usually have to deal with questions like, oh, if someone broke into your network, you already have bigger problems. The problem with bigger problems is that ends up being a very strong word which takes discussion away from a lot of good work you can do at the ground level, right? For example, this is an example that I use with a lot of people. Would you know where that code came from? Do you know where that jar or deployable artifact came into production? This is interesting and important. There are times when we all apply those hot patches, right? Hot fixes. Yes, you should be applying package manage. You should use package managers and everything. This is what people usually talk about. This is what's written in the document. But more of one who just opens up a text editor or SCPs a bunch of files into production, reloads a WebLogic or Ruby server or whatever, right? These are the kind of questions that we usually have our teams answer. Can you tell where this came from? And I'm talking over here, this is more about code, but think about what happens with a lot of this Docker images and vagrant images and stuff. Do you actually know who created it? Do you know what process they followed? Did they replace that kernel over there? I work with some clients where, because of their realities, I cannot talk about it much. They have scenarios where the kernels are modified, OpenSSL libraries are all changed. They have their own, intrusion detection systems and whatnot. But the first time I got into the boxes, I said, wow, no proper commercial software company whose tech stacks I might have to deploy here is going to really agree with all this. So in this case, we had to dig a lot and we had to be reassured, yes, they've done the right stuff. But if you just were to go and take a random Amazon AMI and just set up your entire business on it, do you know where that came from, right? These are questions we have teams answer. Because this is the truth about the cloud. It's just someone else's server. It's not that magical machine that you just click a button and you see a row there saying VM provision. This is a very important message we have to keep giving to people. And this is what we end up talking about, that it's actually all these layers. It's not just your SSL thing, right? We don't have too much time actually, and that's something we're painfully conscious of. So we're happy to discuss a lot of these things in the open space. Actual scenarios we have dealt with, you do all the right kind of hardening, and then one fine day you discover that your database's IP has just been stolen by some other computer, right? It's an ARP poisoning attack. A lot of devs do not know about this. What happens in that 5 minutes when that IP has gone away and has been given back to you, right? Someone could have just sniffed all that and cracked passwords or deciphered a lot of stuff. Server hardware. Yes, you have all the biggest end of security, but one fine day a technician walks in, removes a hard disk drive because it's faulty, plugs in another thing and goes away with that hard disk drive. Who looks at all this? What about data at rest, right? Operating system stuff. I already mentioned things like patch kernels and whatnot. Right next to the front door just because it has a lock. You would not. You'd have a separate room with a cupboard, with a safe in it, and you keep all your valuables. I had to be part of discussions where someone says, of course this gem is secure, I got it from GitHub. So, okay, who keeps track of the tech stack? These are real problems to look at. It's not just about writing cool code, right, and making it look like poetry. And then comes the application layer, which is where really, we want Prasanna to talk about his stuff. So just before we dive into the real demo, to quickly tell you, in some of our projects, we are in a situation where we work in environments where all other projects have to follow waterfall process. They have to freeze everything. Auditors and external pen testers are called in, and they analyze everything. They will analyze all the code, and there are separate roles deploying and whatnot. But in our case, we are right now in positions with these same customers where we are able to go live every week, right? That's because we have been able to demonstrate that whatever hardening we do in production is the same that we have in our vagrant boxes. Whatever, every time we deploy our app, we run the entire hardening as well, just to ensure that things are in place, right? So we use mechanisms like these to make sure that we are able to go live every week without having to have external pen testers and auditors come in and certify it all, because instead of them certifying artifacts, they ended up certifying our processes. And when we are able to show consistently that we stick to that process, is thoroughly audited, we have traceability and auditability all the way from code to prod and prod back to code, we are able to go live very regularly. Prasanna, next. Yeah. Actually, over to Prasanna.
Hello. Thank you, Ram. So like Ram explained all the processes, where I come in is where application comes into place. I basically ensure that the applications are secure. That's where predominantly our job is. Breaking it down, like Ram's explained, we don't commit at the end at all. So today I'm part of the teams. I pen test right now when the functions get delivered as fast as possible. We do have automations in place. If you have seen in the previous one, some of the low-hanging fruits are automatically taken care of. So some of the tools that we use are Brakeman and Zap. He talked about now we know where some things are happening. Same with today we can go to the extent, right? You write a basic SQL injection. I'm sure most of you know what is a SQL injection. I'm not going to go deep into it. But let's say there is a SQL injection. Someone writes a dynamic query and writes that into the code. It will break. These are low-hanging fruits. We don't want a pen tester to be looking at spending his time on finding lower issues. We want him to spend time to find the real issues, the issues that would really bring an impact to an organization. As a part of the demo, I will look at some of the ones where you need a pen tester to be manually doing some of these tests and to ensure that the code is secure. Some of it should be automated, ensure that the low-hanging fruits are taken care of, so you don't worry about it. Let's try and see if I can show both of them today. Pen testers, my predominant job is basically to break applications, but we also, like we talked about infrastructure, we also look at scenarios where, hey, can we use the infrastructure to hack into the applications itself? And we do look at it, but like Ram said, because these are certified every week, we keep a track of what is the changes that are happening. Any piece of change, would it respect to infrastructure, any change, will it make a difference? And if it is, then we pen test it manually and to see it. Otherwise, we don't look at it. This is a very personally a beautiful word that I like, speed versus stealth. Speed, everyone knows, DevOps, I'm sure you know what is the speed and things that we go. When I use the word stealth, what I really mean here is, what are the sneakiest bugs possible? Do you need all your infrastructure? Stealth here is basically saying, as a pen tester, you like to be stealth. Stealth is something nobody should know. Personally, as my human tendency, I'd like to be hidden. Nobody should me. But so that's a general idea is find out the real most important issues that are there. And that's what a pen tester's goal should be. He should not be spending his time finding out a very trivial bug. He should be there to use his expertise to be saying, this bug would cause an impact for you. Let me quickly go into a demo, try and explain you one example of why a pen tester comes in, why automation would fail in this specific one. This demo idea of this one is, I can just execute it. So this one is a very bare minimum. Can you see the screen there? I'm just.
We'll just take a 30-second break. It will be optimal if you use this.
Hello. Yes. Sorry guys. If you look at it, this is a very simple example.
Can you all see the text from the back?
I'm just going to copy the links as we're going to say. It's a simple one. It looks like it's a login. It says admin is already registered. You cannot register an admin. But if you have to become an administrator, how do you do this? Let's do one thing. Some of the known tools for SQL injection happens to be a tool called SQL Map. How many of you have heard of SQL Map? Okay, I see a few fans. It's a good tool. It's an amazing, one of the best tools available today to break into a SQL injection, or you want to find out SQL injection based attacks. So the reason it has a URL is it's very easy to run SQL Map with a URL. Just -u and put the URL there. Are you able to see?
No. Come on.
So if you see here, Python -SQL map, we're gonna hit enter. It tries everything. It basically tells that the user parameter is not injectable. So if you run these tools, it would actually say, hey, looks like you're not injectable to SQL injection, you are safe. And the other tool that is generally advised is Zap2. It's an amazing tool. I'm personally a lot of believer of Zap is a great tool. You run it through this, it does not find any SQL injection. All it finds us is 3 issues, which says that X-frame options, if someone would know what it is, stops an attack called clickjacking. And it stops an XSS. So it basically said that 3 parameter header-based systems are missing. That's it. It did not know anything about how I could become an admin or how I could do a SQL injection in this case. Now let me just go a little ahead and actually perform the attack. What I'm going to do is, if you look at the admin,
You make it bigger.
I will do it. What I'm going to do is enter this as a username. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, X. Password. Your admin. Effectively, it bypassed the system. The reason why this happened was MySQL has a bug. The MySQL has something called a truncation system. What it effectively means is, if your column size is defined as 10, anything above that will be dropped. And the other major issue with MySQL was it uses a binary search. It effectively means admin is equal to admin space. So if you notice, what I did was I created a user admin space 10 characters and I put the X. I counted 10 because the column value was 10. It becomes admin space, the last X is dropped off by the MySQL itself. So if you look at the table at this point of time, there have been an admin user which we do not have the password to, but the user that we created this time was admin space. And what we are looking is, get me all users who are admin. Then the system thinks admin and admin space are same. This is where you run any amount of your tools, it would not have been detected by it, because this is something that you need to have inherent knowledge of how MySQL works. This is one of the examples that we wanted to sing is, you need to have a pen tester to look at these kind of specific problems, think what is the problem at that hand, and specifically attack it. And use your systems to automate to pick up all your small things and let you fix, not just the small things. See, if you look at it, SQL injection is a serious bug. Your general SQL injections can be taken care of with Brakeman itself. But with specific scenarios like these, you need to have a pen tester there. What actually happens today is, the organization that I work with, is today developers start thinking, hey, what would a pen tester think? I'm part of the discussions as the code gets developed. There are scenarios where as the code gets developed, we discuss, okay, if this is the scenario, what would be the things that we would exploit into the system? Those were the things that we were talking about, wherein we're saying, your security guy should not come at the end, wherein your decisions could be really risky. There have been instances where I have broken into a system where there has been a design flaw. What happens when you have a design flaw? You need to go rewrite your piece of code, and it could be a very costly, your dates get shifted out, you cannot deploy at the time that you want, and those are the problems. So it's better to bring your pen testers also into your system at this immediate point itself. Someone who can be your, who can walk with you as you build. If you see here, the actual admin is here. That's the actual admin, which I did not have the password. But the new user that I created, you see here, admin, it's followed with a lot of space. I put an X at the end of it that has been truncated. And that's why you don't see the X there. because the column length was exactly 10 characters. And that's why I was counting the numbers. Now automation in our line here would be, we don't do this, we don't check it out. I write Python scripts to see how many numbers. It's not necessarily 10. Here I knew, so I counted the number. Otherwise it's just a Python script that I would have written. That's where automation as a pen tester is something that we do.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, folks. Hello. Okay, never mind. So I'll just speak out aloud. So the thing is, what we have learned is it's not just enough you just find some commercial open source tools and just stick them in there and say the tool said so. It's actually much more. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So it's not just as dumb and simple as just install a few tools and declare it's done, or say that because the tool told me there were just these 3, that's all that there is. If you would have seen the kind of issue that Prasanna highlighted was not reported by the existing tool at all, right? Now, this is one of our key messages. For a lot of, I usually have to deal with this, even with a lot of thought workers, that we know how fast we are, we know how quickly we're able to deliver functionality, it looks good, and the showcases went so well, and then there's some other team who comes in and says, sorry, I can't let you deploy it because I got my process. We sometimes have to, it's very painful for us even to deploy security fixes or functional fixes, right? And then when people like us come in and say, guys, look, I know we did all these things, but we got to have a manual pen test in place. Usually we are told, no, but that's not continuous delivery. And then we have to remind them that just because you have a deployable package does not mean you keep deploying it continuously, right? There's a lot of other due diligence you have to do as well, okay? And this is one other thing we have to do, right? Remind everyone that, guys, a tool cannot take a human's place. A tool will not know that, what else are you doing, how else can your domain logic be circumvented. And these are all the really tough conversations that we have to have. I guess we have nothing.
We have done it.
Yeah, we are kind of done. We actually had a whole. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, thanks.
We are open. We'll keep an open space, and we could discuss it if you want some more attacks.
So, thank you. I just wanted to add, when we do these kind of showcases, people ask us, maybe you did not use the latest operating system or the latest fixes. Just so you know, we actually set up this virtual machine last night. Verified. Okay, we're done actually.
Thank you, guys. As usual, just a quick announcement. Why we are DevOps. We don't claim that we are the experts. We just are an inclusive community. And I thought after all this technical, cultural thing, let's end up with a couple of... you have guys who are on the top with the DevOps, you guys in the front with the continuous delivery, and then the folks in the back who don't know what's their life, miserable. And then another joke about DevOps Borat, which is, the word impossible doesn't exist in your vocabulary of DevOps. It's just, it will be ready by Q4. A couple of logistic announcements. We'll be giving you 2 coupons for the free drinks in the after party, which will start at 5 p.m. You'll be able to exchange them for 2 drinks, and then you can pay the rest of the drinks, bottoms up, from your own cash. For the parking coupons, for the guys who came with their own, please approach Satyam, who is there, my colleague, and he will be able to help you get some parking coupons. Singapore is very expensive if you own a car. With that in mind, I would like to invite you all guys to go to the lunch area, which is the next. Okay, you have to go to the registry counter to get your coupons, and you'll have to have your ticket. And again, a reminder, take notes, use them for the open space. Enjoy your rest of the life. Cheers.
All of us are in the same company.
So we pair as the developers because for the critical one they would know. So I'm part of the story card, we know which ones will generally create a problem.
How do you know about something new? You know that what you know.
You need to know your tech stack, keep your tech stack in mind. Yes, and see, the whole point is it's all chaining, it's not just one exploit. So, this was a deal stack. Point of which something far deeper it's in the applications. So how this procedure works it's historical client time. When we work with a client and we say, hey, we want this feature where we can integrate with this hotel booking system and this other payment gateway. He's there right from there.
No, but then you will still explore on.
Oh, we still explore. So as code gets deployed
they are developing to a bridge. Generally, the tools, as a pen tester, stay away much of it. Write your own thing to it. Tool should be just what you need at that point of time. So let's say if I'm doing a SQL injection, that's what it is on the SQL. Not necessarily every time SQL runs, which is what I show. That is when you need to think the right time. Yeah, it should be yes. Some of it, yes. Some of it, we have to sign off. Yeah, so the security becomes a sign off also. We have to sign off saying that it is secure.
As an example, we have a goal like this, and we are very headed to office. So all the testing was done by, I think, yesterday evening, final dev level sign off and stuff. All the because of the nature of our client, there are some questions. So we do have sign offs. And that is our message also. Just because we have a technology modifier does not mean anything. In fact, one of my slides which I didn't show has what do you mean I can't take it from there? It's labeled.
So basically then you are saying as part of your testing, dev testing itself, whenever you download any dependency, you first test it, check for security.
We do a huge amount of due diligence the whole way up to stack. So I had a slide like on years.
So our client is very paranoid about security.
And we have come to realize after seeing some attacks on that it's extraordinarily just
When you sign up, will you be sure that there are
there's no 100% yes.
So I can actually, because I want to answer the CIO of this and that. It's very questionable. And what we have done is look, we'll not give you a standard statement that oh nothing is 100% free because that's very cheap. What you can is that what are we doing, what are we discovering, what are the processes we follow. Despite all this, if something comes up, because of our processes in place, we are doing our master plan. That's what we make sure.
And I think he had a point there that said defense and dev. There are so many layers that a guy has to break into to come to us.
That is,
we have so much processes in that. So you, even let's say you break the SQL injection, you are going to be at one point. You need to go to somewhere else, you need to do a lot of things.
it won't be easy to find
It is.
There are very few pen testers. There are a lot of tool operators.
Yes.
So how does those every company to have it or just
Yes, you have to hire. That is
so
either you hire or you approach companies who already have specialists.
Yes.
So that way what happens is you just call them for special stuff and you go. Or you call them in depending on your process. For example, let's say you realize that it's an analysis alone is a need. You just say can someone be present for about 2-3 days of this week.
Call us when those specific stories get played.
Whenever you reach a few development milestones, call the person. Because code changes every day, then it's useless to be some pen testers time.
Yes.
Some code that was done in 1 week, it will undergo 5 iterations.
then what was the steps in that? How it is what so and then you also impart some share your knowledge with the guys there so that some of the tasks.
There are two things. So there are two things that happen. One is actually providing all these services. The other is the act of enabling. So in the act of enabling, what will happen is, so the day-to-day pen testing is at the application. Every time you run a function, you need to do it pen testing. And a lot of this stuff that's below that is not going to change in a day-to-day. Once you've decided, for example, our found
it a little ahead. See, let's say that's the biggest thing we worry about is design changes. So let's say, I don't know the exact specifics, but let's not talk about the problem there. Let's say you choose to, let's give an example. User content from somewhere outside goes directly to a user email system. The very simplest of this one. The reason is we are uncomfortable as pen testers this way is, what if someone sends us malicious content, goes straight into a user's laptop? Today, client-side attacks are the most dangerous. So we have something called spear phishing. Now, if you've built your whole stack around this and you call the pen tester later and you say, this as an idea itself is a problem. You have to spend all your time fixing it. This is where you build up before, which he said, add story time. Do it right at this point. Then call him when the thing is done to mitigate the issues if any. That way you would not spend too much of your time. Break it up into components.
Something related to infrastructure. So infrastructure, automated infrastructure. So the technologies keep changing every year. 2 years ago, people were talking about source now about Kubernetes infrastructure. So how frequently you change this? You again, so you suggested earlier that this thing is working, then
So we do two things. One is we listen to the philosophy of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You, let's say, had Puppet 2 years ago, if it's still working fine, stick to it. Because your core business is not changing infrastructure, it's delivering your software solution. If that works,
one thing I will tell you, so for us, we are building from the scratch everything.
you might as well use best of breed. With the reality check that's going to have changed a lot of things. Different things for different needs. So for example, if you're going to go in the government space, they are all fine. In Singapore, the files of Red Hat excellence. You might as well make sure that you understand the best of what's in and how all the right automation using some Puppet or Chef or whatever. Place your bet on it, that technology doesn't change because they don't change their DSM. So if you have something in place, you cannot change too much. Alternatively, if you want to make it less heavyweight or whatever, you can choose alternatives like Ansible. All of us, we are very familiar and we use Ansible. That would be at the infrastructure area. Tech stack and operating stuff, I would say just make sure you have side packages all the time. Once you have these things in place, you can make some tips. If you need to work at that stage, then yes. Mesos and Kubernetes both complement and kind of complement each other. You have your schedulers and everything. If I don't have farms of stuff running on that, otherwise, no one really scales up and shuts down VMs private clouds. You have 3 virtual machines, run a few performance tests and see that they can deal with them. Yesterday morning's performance test showed us that for all this fancy stuff that we have, even at like 3000%, our CPU utilizations are at 10%. So, I mean, what will we do without cloud and spinning up VMs and shutting them down? It's so low. So 4 app servers are enough resilience that we've built into them. 4 app servers.
Yeah, in our case, it would be more like it would be incremental. Whatever the data is this year, next year,
So we build up we do plan for 3 years and then we increase it by 300 times, so 3 times to 300%.
Basically, it's like rather than source or Kubernetes, because you know after when you more, you
And you already have the provisions, so just spin up a VM.
and yeah, obviously taking energy, so random that today I want to run more support.
Yeah, that can be. Just so you know, we went live
and removes virtual machines for fun once you understand the lower distinct. Mesos, one of our ex-thought workers is now at Netflix, and he and I, we are very much in touch. So he's kept me briefed on all the Mesos stuff, and then Netflix one can take a new thing called Titan. So what happens in all this is, if you there is a 3,000 VM setup there, and someone's a tester of 400 VMs, Mesos and Kubernetes are there. But today, for example, if we realize, hey, we've got a 2 film environment apps over let's try with 3. Today, all that we do is we open a text file, add an entry there saying third zero, check it in, our system looks it up, says, oh, there are already 2, I need to put 5 of them. That's the end of our story. We are not there to build massive cloud provisioning systems when you have 3 virtual machines. So, yeah. So,
views on containers.
interesting you should also note, in Singapore we had a meeting in Singapore, and I gave a session there called Containers, What We Need to Know. So, I guess it's great to use things like, if you're in the Linux space, it's great to use stuff like Docker so that it makes it easy for non-OS savvy people to create a deployable artifact. That's all that it is. It is not a substitute for virtual machine. In fact, if you see what Google and Amazon do, they say, oh, we support Docker. For every Docker container instance they spin up, they give it a dedicated virtual machine.
Because there are security issues around it.
Massive security issues in that space. But on one of our other engagements, Clement and I tried on this we use solar results. We have a very good containers. Containers, as they are known in Nuts world and not they're just a CH glorified CH. No, seriously, there's a project in fact called Docker. You can have Docker with D. This is Docker with a P. So the P over there stands for Bash. There's 100 lines of Bash. Every fantastic API that Docker gives you is there using it. And then just so much of lines on code, he sets up the IP stack, he sets up the storage, he sets up CH root, he sets up the spins out of the CPUs. It's one function that's written, he's just seriously, that's how we walk. Have a look at it. So, there's a lot of reality check in history notes.
You guys from lunch?
Sure. Oh, sure.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
All right.
So
outcome is either too specific or too broad. So
you disappear too. We'll see you at the
Wait, so let me get this right. There's free food, and you were not there.
You realize that I probably have already eaten free food before everyone touched it.
That's pretty fair.
Yes.
So you volunteer for this shit, or what?
No.
How do you end up here?
It's like, it just happened so that. The company paid for it.
What's that?
Yes, I should get food as well. Since I had this impression that I couldn't.
Oh really?
Yeah. Nobody's missing it.
Evidently not.
Yeah. about your topic today? Topic? Yes. Yes. One of the just wanted to share one of the feedback we got from one of the sessions was too focused on the company. I just want to move everyone. Let's make it neutral, mostly anonymous. I mean, it's good to say that we are who. I just wanted to, no harm even if you're doing it, but just want to say because that will give us impression to audience that it is it's from we just start here to share our experience and how we do things. Good or bad, doesn't matter, but this is how we do it. And if somebody can learn something. Good turnout. Yeah. I mean, that's what happens when people say. I'm very practical, so don't mind me saying that. This is my 17th conference in the region. But I mean, we generally don't sit up for this week. So when company sponsors. Yeah. So what will happen is we will put down those charts you see right here. We will have the topics. People will go and vote. And then this will rearrange the chairs. So it becomes 4 different ones. Because you don't need a mic. There are only few people. Unless we see that it's like this one open space. The votes, then there is something wrong. All okay, had your lunch?
It is anyway auto run, right?
Yeah. There will not be then the best way is actually to ask them.
Stay there and present.
Yeah, coming from
Yeah.
downstairs.
Yeah.
Any views
Oh, they
that
can
you're
pass it off.
No. Felix said we're going to have
Yeah.
No, we will have some boards. Somebody will be sitting here and showing you how it's manual. It's not the time.
Oh, you can have a timer because every 15 seconds, you know.
So if you have a watch to show the time, so you can have a timer. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, no, a simple tablet that shows 0 to 5 minutes.
Oh, 0 to 5.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, honestly, we just show this thing. It says 1 minute left, and this says 15 seconds.
I would prefer a timer because
Okay, let me try and set it up.
I put something like that sitting right there, so it's probably it's a look back. So I know we have a slide. So later. Even if it's somewhere like that.
From here, because you just can come out.
no, I know that. That's exactly why I hang it on.
We just use a handheld mic.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very good.
I had many lunches. Yeah.
Since morning has to come on.
No. Showing the distance okay?
You guys, right? Literally,
Whoever's sitting in front of you.
David.
Oh.
Almost close.
Jason, nowhere near close.
Sorry I missed the dinner last night. Very delicious. Oh, Satya, David, please to meet you. Oh, thank you for having me. So, is that the 5-minute thing?
Yeah.
I'm lost.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I have you. All right. Oh, there's no handle.
They are now.
It'll be like a relay.
It's literally. Yeah.
You have a logistical one.
Thank you. Awesome. Good luck, guys. Have fun.
Hi, Vin. Hey. Would you mind if we just solve together, just so that...
Oh, yeah, first row you said. So, yeah, where do you want me to sit?
I mean, just everyone together there. Because then over here, right, you're gonna then have to navigate your way through that.
Take
Yeah.
a seat
This
here.
is the first mic here, right? You have one? Mic? Yeah, okay. And I have the second one here.
People sitting next to me and take up so much space.
I will hold the mic there and then pass on to you.
There's no...
Yeah, then we try to eat this.
Which one? Which one? Two. I can stretch my legs out in the line and...
Yeah, and it kind of reach my bit.
Try it. Try it.
The problem is now nobody can actually see the screen. So, nice walk with somebody. I'll walk through the screen control, so you can't actually see
Two slides, the same? No, it's just one slide. Well, like 20 of the same slides. So you well, what I was thinking is originally I was just going to have like pieces of random images and just have nothing to do with the code. I see people do that. Just trying. You have your machine? Yeah. How did you forward?
Acrobat.
Acrobat.
But is Acrobat somehow running in the background? Okay, you killed it. Have you tried re-downloading the file?
I think it's going to be like
So Acrobat is
Wait, can you guys? You're gonna catch it. Yeah, can you guys see this?
Can I bring my machine?
Okay, cool. I'll sit right there.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, someone resets it. It says 0.
I can't help you there.
Yeah.
the Acrobat has the feature that you can run automatically.
Speaking tracker? Is it your machine?
What do you guys need?
Adobe Acrobat Reader.
I think I have a. No, I don't have Acrobat. Is it down here?
It's okay. We will just do it 5 more minutes.
Is that it or? No?
Is it starting up? It doesn't. You can open another file there. But wait, where did we test this? We tested it in the morning. It was
Should we just use key? You can just use keynote or something? No?
Maybe.
Oh.
I can try.
Yeah, let's please give me that and then you can do it.
You have
That's also
Even at that point,
yeah, but I think if I stop it and stop the full screen.
Yeah.
Okay. So once you go to full screen, it starts. It starts. So you finish full screen and it starts.
Then if I press back button and forward button, it stops. Let's try first. Okay, yeah, 15 seconds. Okay, now don't press anything. Don't press anything. Let's wait 15 seconds. Does it go forward automatically? If it does, then it's all good. Can you go on? Okay, works right?
The other thing is that they try and treat it like
So 15 seconds. What happens is, so they finish.
I can just press back and then I have 50 seconds. And that's not so bad. I did, yeah. Probably need another 15 seconds.
Yes. So you just changing the laptop?
No. It will be one laptop. We're starting in the next 5 minutes. Are you seated comfortable? Okay. Okay. In terms of logistics, hope everyone enjoyed their lunch, which was great. And I think now we'll have the Ignite format. How many of you are comfortable with the Ignite or know how it's? Okay, just a few. So I'll explain. Ignite is 20 slides. Every slide is 15 seconds, and they are auto advanced. So every 15 seconds it will go to the next slide. All of them are packed here, and we just aligned our speakers. So we have a total of 30 minutes for all the speakers to talk about DevOps and explain the lessons learned. So with that in mind, I'll invite the first Ignite speaker on the stage, please. And then Felix will help me with the logistics.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think I get more than 15 seconds for the slide.
Yeah, time is going.
Oh, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anup, and I'm the product director for HP, Helion, and I essentially manage all of the product management part. So I'll be talking about essentially two things. One is the business side of DevOps, and I'll also be talking about some of the things that we have implemented, some of the best practices that we've done in our organization. Now, if you see all of these applications, I'm sure many of you have it in your phones now. You know, these applications are sexy, they're fun, they're all API based, and they're really cool. Now, if you look at a large organization, they would look at all of these apps and say, how am I going to build all this stuff? There's no way. There's no way I can be, there's no way I can do all of the stuff that they're doing. And this is the real question that large organizations are facing, including organizations like HP. And what's important to understand is it's important to understand how the applications are built. You know, traditionally, we've always focused on silo way of building applications, whereas the new applications is all about scale out. It's all about microservices, and organizations need to manage both the traditional as well as the silo. And it's also important to understand what customers are looking for. Sometimes customers are looking for a continuous flow of new features. If you don't give them new features, and they'll probably get out and get another application. And the other important aspect to understand is the fundamental architecture of building applications has changed. From monolithic 3-tier architecture all the way to a cloud-native architecture where you're assuming infrastructure will fail. That's the primary assumption. So essentially it means that applications are common 100 tools that can help you. Tools. So it's really about changing your culture, changing your entire internal organization, and essentially building an integrated team to drive or to essentially go forward with the objectives that you have set for that team. That's the core essence of DevOps. And we've learned something. I'm from a sales team, but it's extremely important to hire the right talent, and it's extremely important to have a diverse team. Having the same set of talent or engineers won't help. So hiring talent is very important, but what's also more important is gluing and keeping the talent together, or else they'll probably leave after a couple of months. Having a culture, this is the culture that we've set in our team, but having a culture that glues all of them together is extremely important for a team to be functional. And third most important thing is understand what your customers want. You know, I can't go out and sell a tool to a customer. Work with the customer, to do a hackathon with the customer, understand their business problem, and then solve their solutions with the customer. So what does DevOps mean to HP IT? For HP IT, DevOps is a verb. You know, it's something that we do. It's not something that it's just created out of nowhere. And one of the most important things to also understand is when you talk to different entities within the group itself, when you talk to the business owners, when you talk to QA, when you talk to the engineering, everyone has a different viewpoint of what DevOps is, but ultimately it all connects to the customer. A customer is at the core of what we do. And for HP, for instance, DevOps is all about integrating everything together. Like for us in our organization, we've even bought the sales teams, the marketing teams as part of the DevOps team, because you need to sort of connect to the customers. Some of the DevOpsy concepts that we have may look a little strange, but one is we are assuming that a VP should be able to fix any issues in the production environment. If not, you're not achieving the objective of being simple. Second, like I mentioned earlier, you're assuming infrastructure will fail. You have to build applications where it will fail. So if it fails, your application has to be resilient to be able to run in spite of the failure. Third is monitor, monitor, monitor. Monitor everything, both from an R&D perspective as well as a sales perspective, connect all of it using analytic tools, and then give the scorecard for the decision maker to make decision on the spot. That is extremely important. And last, I think you're all familiar with this, which is inflict chaos in every production environment. Now, while the executives may not like it, this is the real way of sort of driving DevOps within an organization. So what's really important, and the reason I bought executives is important, what's really important is to build that small team who are ready to collaborate and change, but also what's very, very important is executive sponsorship. You don't have executive sponsorship, forget DevOps. It's never going to happen, right? So the whole objective is change the thinking. If you change your thinking from here to here, then that's how you do DevOps. So start small, do a minimum viable product, and essentially go and do the DevOps way. So with that, I think 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How's everybody feeling? Well, after lunch is really tough. Hands up if you guys had a good lunch. Hands up, yeah, good? Awesome. Now, I think we're all excited to do tech side, so I'm going to ask you, for the next 5 minutes for the conversation, do not look or touch your phone. Why? Because in today's increasingly tech-focused society, hyper-connected world, there seems to be one thing that we constantly overlook: the human being, the individual that looks back at us at the mirror, the man and the woman who's sitting beside you, who has a story they would like to share. Scale, drive to be more connected, and our drive to be more agile, more lean. Sometimes our connections can be kind of, if I could say it, artificial, right? It's not, we don't really connect, we don't get to depth that we really want to. Now, don't get me wrong. A lot of us see that this is an issue. That's why we're trying to create environments where it's open, where we would connect one-on-one, open concept. Yet, if you still look at it, we're still plugged in to our little world, zoned into that machine. We see that. Don't get me wrong here, I love technology and it's beautiful. It allows me to connect globally. I can coach a client in South Africa, then into New Zealand, then talk to my mother in Canada, while I live here in Singapore. So technology is powerful and wonderful. The question is, when you don't really connect, who do you get to see? You see bright eyes, big smile, beautiful photos on the beach, but is that the real person? Or is that an avatar? Something that's curated, that we curate ourselves, because we don't want to expose ourselves at the same time as someone who has sadness, who's lonely, and a lot of us don't even want to look at it. A study by a university in Michigan, over 14,000 respondents, had shown over the last 30 years, college students did empathy than those in the 1970s and 80s. Why? Because I believe technology locks us out. Actually keeps us from really connecting deeply, although it connects us a lot, wide, but not in depth. Let's use a simple example. The home was designed for us to have real-time connections here, right now. But how many people actually call? How many of us text, swipe, message, all sorts instead? Let me ask you this. Hands up if you ever had this kind of situation before. Hands up, come on, this is very common, right? And how times is this actually excruciatingly frustrating when it's the same person over and over? So when you say 5 minutes, and actually at 5:55 you text, are you there yet? Are you there yet? Why? Because we don't actually face the reality of the individual beside us, or the person in front of us. We don't see the emotions, we don't see the heartaches, the sadness, the voice, the tone. We get a few text messages, a few letters. We're distant. Technology can actually usurp real connections. You get a chance to talk to your child, your family in front of you, that phone constantly buzzes, and you pick it up. Hi, Mr. Nigerian Prince. No, I'm not interested today. For some reason, that happens a lot. We don't get connected. Now, you and I and all of us can make a change. That's why we're here. Right? We're getting back into connecting in real time with each other. Right? These guys are pioneers and champions today in doing that. Even the king of technology, Mr. Steve Jobs, knew this. When he tried to get Pixar to be more creative, innovative, and there's only one toilet in the center. Why? So that everyone from different departments would actually have to see each other. One of the directors said eye contact was critical to development and evolution. So think of that. Start with yourself as an individual. When you talk to somebody, actually talk to them, listen to them. Don't get stuck into your phone. Don't get distracted. Don't get pinged by Facebook Messenger or whatever. Opportunities to actually connect. Right? Use technology not as a crux, but as a tool to get to know each other more, to really innovate, to be more collaborative, create that culture that you want to. That's what DevOps is all about, right? And the great thing is, if you have coffee chats, you can become a local superstar because you'll be able to see an insight that you never thought possible when you just text, message, or you try to move along very quickly. Enjoy the process, I ask, because you're going to see that it's going to be so much fun as you connect deeper and you learn a whole lot more, right? So before I end off, I just want to kind of ask one more challenge for you guys. For the next 30 days, when you meet people, when you interact, when you're doing business, actually pay attention to the person beside you. If you get distracted, put your phone away. Find a way to stack your phone. Do whatever you need back into the person in front of you. That's the power of personal influence. It takes one step, one action only. That's how these guys got started over a meetup group to amazing conference today. Business and industry as well. My name is Kimball Ngio. I'm a business influence coach. I focus on empathy to drive performance. And let me ask you, how many people actually succeeded in the challenge, not looking at their phone in the last 5 minutes? Awesome, thank you.
Yes, hi, my name is Julin. And basically remember the days when, I was the one developer for one project, and that was it. You do everything from designing to production to support and everything, Nowadays you have more, of course. And what I'm going to tell you are the mistakes that my team went through when we moved to Agile. And I hope to provide you a few tips and tricks so that you can avoid making the same mistakes, right? And Agile is for Scrum is for complex system. And what that means is that most companies start off with the simple traditional methods, and only when the organization and basically the product becomes complex, then only they move to Scrum. And it's a very intensive process, make no mistake. Increasing productivity and means more stressful environment, and which is why it's important to make Agile a habit and not a chore. Think of Agile as developing a habit, right? Repetition makes for familiarity, and as Malcolm Gladwell says, it takes 10,000 hours to be an expert in anything. Doesn't matter if it's walking or writing, or practicing Agile. If you do it often enough, it becomes a habit. First off, automate as much as possible. Automate the build process, the testing process, anything that can get automated, invest in it. Spend some time and effort automating it, and the end results will pay off tremendously, right? There's no need to explain everything. People can Google Agile, Scrum, or Kanban. Just make sure that there is somebody in a team that you can approach when there is a question, and set them up with training or courses if necessary. But do not start explaining things in sprint plannings or stand-ups. You'll be undermining the scope of these artifacts. No, but it's very important to keep the meeting, for the intended purpose. It takes 21 days to cultivate the habit. This is actually a myth, and yeah. But what is not a myth is that it takes 21 days for a human being to get used to something. After plastic surgery, for example, it takes 21 days for a person to get used to their own face, right? And what that means is that don't ask for feedback in the first 21 days. There's no point in when you won't get a proper reflection. And by probing the temperature too soon, you're actually putting unnecessary pressure on your teams. So trust your team to do the work. Moving to Agile is like kicking a teenager out of the house, having them fly the coop. Managers need to learn how to, and employees need to learn not to rely on instructions. From factory mode to talent commodity, right? Let your teams time and space to find their best productivity. And these are actually very realistic expectations. The only sure way to learn is to fall first. consistency is important. Change is very jarring at best of times, so the only way to get used to change is to make sure that the new changes are as consistent as possible. Do not try to change things before your team has a chance to get used to new changes. Don't try to fix everything. Accept this as the ultimate fact. There will always be something to fix. Regardless of how perfectly you have implemented Scrum or how long you have been practicing Agile, the whole idea is to make ourselves adaptable to change, right? Rate your problems, tackle them systematically, and once you have accepted the fact that you can't fix everything, then and only then you have started off on your Agile journey. Be patient with change, don't push it too fast. It's very hard to let things play out, right? And sometimes it's necessary, but that's how it is. We can't force progress. Only take on what you can completely tackle, and don't worry, situation that impedes productivity with your large teams, right? Break it up, create 2 or 3 more teams, or however many teams necessary. This is proven human behavior science, right? The recommended team size of 3 to 9 people a team is actually set up for maximum productivity. Don't break what is meant to be the fix. Most importantly, be agile, improve and adapt, always review and change. There is no such thing as perfection, and what works today may not be appropriate tomorrow. To quote Brad Pitt in Moneyball, adapt or die. Doesn't matter if you're a developer or a tester, whoever, or even manager, make the system work for you. This is actually an opportunity for you to change your work environment, change things so that it's yours. Have fun doing it, embrace change, embrace Agile, create your own little haven. Right. And Buddhist teaching tells us that, when there's a conflict, there's a life lesson to be learned. Right? So take this chance to learn your lesson before moving on to something else. And to end it all, be patient, learn and evolve, and don't give up. Go do.
Okay, good afternoon. So this is, like some of the other topics that we've had this afternoon, this one's going to be a little bit different. I'm not going to be talking about the technical side about DevOps, I'm going to be talking about the business side of DevOps. How do you structure a continuous flow of change with a project? So this is a concept that is hard to explain in a few cases. Projects are so ingrained into the way that we work that it seems impossible that we can't work in that form. But here's the thing, projects come to an end, a product create that have a continuous life. We are trying to create a concept, a creation, something that has value for our customers, and value is the key point here. A project ends, does the value idea. This is something that we call no projects. This is a delivery model, okay, aligning with DevOps and Agile and Lean Startup and those sort of practices, which gives us a means to deliver a continuous flow of change into an environment that we control, that our finance teams fund, that our development and our maintenance teams collaborate on and produce an object, a product of value. Now, everyone here is in a software context? Most of you? Yes? So we're talking about software products. Right? But let's take a step beyond the product. Let's talk about outcomes. And outcomes is the key point here. Even the product itself is artificial. The outcome is what we're trying to achieve as a business. The outcome might be something we're trying to achieve 50% revenue growth. We're trying to increase staff satisfaction. We're trying to decrease the cost of deploying to our production environments. It doesn't matter what the outcome is, as long as you know what those outcomes are. Once you know the outcomes, once you've sat down as an organization and defined, here are the 10 outcomes that we're going to focus on for the next 6 months, right? We're going to create teams around them. And those teams are functional, they are structural. That is how your organization is structured to deliver continuous change. We call them value delivery teams. These teams are who you are. Functional capability sits alongside. But let's now talk about a different side, okay? we've created these outcome teams. Now, let's say, for example, our outcome is we want to increase our user base by 20% over the next 6 months. Okay? How are we going to do that? We're going to create a team. This team, okay, you 5 people at the front here. Your job is to create a team, is to create a product or update the product to canvas. The activity canvas gives us the means in which we can plan and track and deliver a series of continuous linked changes into a production environment without raising a project, without having to go to finance and ask for $1 million to run the next upgrade project. Right? But inside the activity canvas, and I'm one step behind, inside the activity canvas we break these down into 4 quadrants. Things which are high value but low effort, that's what we do first. Things which are low value and high effort we do last. But this is where the value axis is the critical one, because value is what we're trying to deliver. Who here writes software for fun? Hands up. All right. Who here gets paid by their company to write software for fun? You all should have your hands down because you're paid by your company to write software to make money. Okay? Except maybe you seem to be quite lucky. Okay? Your company is in the business of delivering value to your clients through a product. That value remains regardless of whether there's a project to deliver it. Right? We're all, well, I'm not anymore, I haven't been for 10 years, but most of us here are software developers or in some way integrated into the delivery process. We know that there's a technology stack behind it. The technology stack is irrelevant. What is delivering value continuously through a product or a suite of products that are important. And we need a structure. We need a way to treat everything as a change and to bring everything into production as a valuable object. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jason Mann. I'm from Forest Technologies. We're a DevOps and continuous delivery consultancy. We implement our solutions globally around the world. Today I'm here to talk about how you should crawl before you run when implementing DevOps. In 2015, $2.3 billion was spent on DevOps tools. What's going to change? 25% of organizations are going to be adopting this practice. Yeah. We're seeing demand increase now for more changes at a faster rate. We've got more competition from our vendors. We can change very easily. DevOps is seen as a mechanism to allow us to really achieve this. DevOps is being marketed as our pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Our unicorn companies and our startups have already proven this and achieved this. The right process here is being able to adopt it at the right time. Start looking at our people. We want to start unifying our processes together so that we remove our barriers and be able to ensure a more collaborative behavior. We have to optimize all of this and use automation to bring this together. We're able to see then using all our different tools. All our tools out there, there's so many tools out there. There's no one tool out of the box for every single company. You need to start harnessing your partners and your peers to understand their success stories. Know what they're doing right. Most importantly here, you want to start small, think big, aim for nirvana. Yeah, we've got different islands of automation. Continuous integration, continuous deployment, infrastructure automation. Start automating this set first. Typically, when people undertake DevOps transformation, there's 2 real methods. Backporting DevOps, legacy applications that can't be rewritten, replaced. Yeah, we look at automating that to get to our continuous delivery pipeline. Alternatively, people look at the brave new world. Containers, microservices, where we're able to break up our application and be able to deliver this in small chunks in very fast movements. Then we look at our metrics, before and after. You do not want to be steering blindly. You need to know what you're achieving, be able to measure your success, what you're doing well, what you're doing bad. More importantly, be able to iterate through those bad things. Our typical DevOps metrics include how quickly you deploy, how often our requirements go into production, how often do you fail, which you will, and when you fail, how quickly can we recover from that. Our first island of automation looks at continuous integration. Our developers build, how quickly are we ready to do our deployments? CI is probably the most mature of the DevOps practices as Agile started using it. Continuous delivery is where we start looking at how we consistently deploy our applications across all our environments. This is where we come together, unifying their processes so that we deliver exactly the same every single environment. Infrastructure automation. This is where we've got something to deploy, but what are we actually deploying on? How can we be sure that we've got the right patches or the right versions installed onto our tools out there that allow you to do this? We also look at cultural transformation. You've got to have your attitudes, your values, your goals aligned all in the same direction to really allow you to bring a trust into your organization. Everyone needs to do that. Then we look at continuous improvement. You're going to fail, no doubt about that. But it's how you take on these failures and turn it into a success. Iterate through these and be able to change to give yourself a success. So really to recap here, we're kind of looking at our people, our process, our tools. Tools underpin these processes. Identify where you want to start from. Start small, aim for nirvana. Be able to get to where your endpoint is. We want to start from bottom up. Create our islands of automation and be able to join them all up together using continuous integration, continuous delivery, infrastructure automation. Thank you very much. My name's Jason. We've got a booth outside for any questions.
All of you, so you can see the screen. So my name's Øyvind Roti. I have a few apologies to make. First, for my name, you can laugh if you want to. Just think of Roti Prata and you'll see me. The other one is, I've never done one of these Ignite talks before, so really, really well done for the previous ones. I'm not going to be able to follow up. Thirdly, I'm going to do something really basic. I'm going to talk about some technology and I'm going to talk about packaging, so it's going to be pretty boring. So why should you care about this talk? Well, there are three things. If you want to reduce your boot time, increase reliability, and reduce dependency on third parties, then I'll talk about that, nothing else. So hopefully in 5 minutes we can get through that. I'll also talk about a lot of tools, a lot of open source tools, all of them open source tools. So I'm actually going to go in and look at how you're actually going to use those tools as opposed to just complaining about how awful they are. So this is very, very simple. Let's go back to basics. If you are deploying an image into production today, whether you're using virtual machines or you're using Docker containers, you're facing a choice. You're facing a choice between a base OS image with only the operating system on it, and then you dynamically put everything else on using configuration management tools, or you have an immutable image where you're basically building everything into the image and deploy that image by itself. And in between, I've called it a foundation image, which has some of the two. So what are the things that I think you should consider for these images? The first one is installation speed. The second one is reliability of remote repository. So from an installation speed perspective, if you install everything dynamically, it can take 10, 15, 30 minutes to deploy a single image. What's the rate that you're going to install? And finally, what's the security mandate? Do you have to install an intrusion detection system on every single image, for example? What about an immutable image? If you're going for the immutable image end of the spectrum, then you really have to think about secrets. How are you going to embed any secret keys or API keys? How are you going to eliminate config? Well, this also helps you to eliminate config drift, where immutable images ensures that all images that you deploy are exactly the same as the other. But on the other hand, if you use immutable images, it means that you have to update the image for every single change that you do. So this is a pretty complicated slide, but one solution, I'll give you the link for the solution in the GitHub repo with all the code later on, is to use tools that developers already know and love, like Jenkins. So you define your jobs in Jenkins Leader that pulls a repo, for example, a Git repo. The repo has the configuration script as well as a template for Packer. Packer is a building tool that's open source as well. And target to Docker containers, to Google Cloud, to Amazon Web Services, OpenStack, etc. Oops. Nobody noticed that one at all. Swarm client, Swarm is a plugin for Jenkins that then pulls from the Jenkins leader into the build agent and then pushes these images to the final destination. Now, in 30 seconds, I went through something that'll take you about 2 hours to actually set up, but all the code, I'll give you the link afterwards in there. But some of the beauty of this is that you're using the same development tools that you do for pushing code to actually deploying images as well. So for the this automated image builder pipeline, you basically see the output being either, in this case, a Google Container Registry or a Compute Engine VM, but it could be OpenStack or Amazon Web Services or anything else you want. Also inside Jenkins, you just use Jenkins the way that you're used to Jenkins plugins, or you put in the configuration script yourself, and Jenkins also allows you to back up so that you can recover to an older version of the image. Everyone loves containers today, so why don't we also put this automated pipeline system in containers by itself? So this is a setup, and again, I'll show you the GitHub code in a moment, where you actually run this system in containers as well. We're using Kubernetes, which is open source, and you can see here that we have replication controllers running to always keep it running so that it's highly available by itself. Okay. You can see that this 5-minute thing presentation is proving pretty hard. Okay, here we go. So we've got all of these cool tools. All of these are open source tools, and this pipeline you can use to run on any cloud that you want, or bare metal. So by putting these things together that many of your developers already know, you can actually put open and easy to use once you've set it up, okay? Even though it looks a bit scary up front. So why should you care? Well, this will help you to reduce boot time, increase reliability, and also reduce dependency on third parties when you're dynamically building images. And fantastic, it's right on cue. QR code, I don't know how long it's going to be held up, maybe 15 seconds. You can Google it, just do containers, Kubernetes, Docker, Packer in the same line, and you'll get to the solution. My email is roti@google.com. Just think of Roti Prata. Just don't do rotiprata@google.com. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, how are you feeling? Great to see you. Just to give you some context, we started planning on DevOpsDays in Singapore last year in June, right Satya? And we started planning and organizing in January this year. And this is a big moment for us. We are super excited, we are thrilled to get your feedback, we are here on Twitter. And we see your faces, we see your conversations. I get goosebumps. It's amazing to see you all. And there's so much experience in this room. It's incredible. Thank you for coming. It's great. From all over Asia. To make the next event, and even tomorrow, better than today, you know that we have Murphy somewhere lingering around here. This smart ass. Oh, by the way, the streaming is off-web. We want to get your feedback. You can provide it as a tweet. You can provide us as a feedback form. We provided some feedback formulas.
Yeah, please. Thank you. So this is not the donation box. This is a feedback form.
Traditional paper.
Yeah, it's traditional paper box. Yeah. So we have a feedback form. We are going to keep this feedback form and the feedback box outside. So end of the day, you can fill this form and you can put it in the box.
That's how it works.
Hold it up.
Right down
thank
the
you.
feedback.
Yeah. Okay, so next 3 hours, 2 o'clock to 5 o'clock, it is going to be an open session. So how many of them know about the open session? Can you raise your hand?
Open space, open
Open
session.
space, open sessions.
Who participated in an open space yet?
Fantastic, around 10-20%. Yeah. Remaining 80%. Then let me explain what is this open session. So before going to explain that, how many of them feel that, hey, I am expert in any one domain? Maybe DevOps or Agile or maybe in your personal thing. How many of them feel like, hey, I am expert in any one domain? Can you raise your hand? Anything which you feel like, hey, not only DevOps, at least like in your personal life. Yeah, so definitely I know like most of them will expert in at least one thing, maybe eating food. I'm good in eating and sleeping. Right? Yeah, so DevOps is a very open session. So it's your session, right? So it's a very natural way to learn from the experts, right? Everyone is expert in something. I'm an expert in DevOps, and someone is expert in Agile, and someone is expert in sleeping, and someone is expert like being like maybe good in eating roti paratha. Yes, I love roti paratha. Everyone is expert in something, right? So we are all expert in something. So we are all gathering together, and we are going to learn from everyone. So it's more about sharing and then learning. But it's your responsibility to learn and share and network with others, right? Okay, so open space session, so what it is? So the rule is the law of 2 feet. You have 2 feet, the law of 2 feet. So 1 feet is passion, the other feet is responsibility. The passion to learn and responsibility to learn. So the rule is it's your event and it's your 2 feet, go there and learn. So how we are going to do that? There are 4 principles. Let me explain that. Can anyone look into this? Can you look here? This is the rule. Law of 2 feet. You have 2 feet, go and learn. Right? And this is the principles. 4 principles. Number 1. Whoever comes are the right people. So if we have a session, whoever comes, they are the right people. Whatever happens in the session, that's the right thing. Right? Whenever it's over, the session is over. Whenever it gets started, it's going to stop. Right? That's the 4 principles. Okay? Now what is this? You can see like 2 the animals, not animals, it's flies. It's a butterfly and bees, yeah. So butterflies and bees. So what is butterfly? So butterfly is like just go and network someone outside the rooms and just share the knowledge. What is the bee? Bees will go and pollinate, right? So they can go to one session. If they like, they can be there. If they don't like, they can go to the other session. It's more about cross-pollinating. So bees. You can see these 2 different kinds of groups in any open session, right? Yes.
So how do you propose a topic for open space?
Yeah.
You see that we have prepared some boards in the background, 2 boards actually. You can propose or stick a note. And that's why we mentioned that, oh, you have this stickies or the post-its, right? What do you use it for? Make some notes, questions, for example. Then you will have like a catwalk. You get a microphone and pitch your question or your topic in front of all, and you say your name. For example, I'm Christian. I want to know how to choose my cloud provider.